Now, somebody asked question, you say the practice should be sincere. What do you mean by sincerity? Thank you. And then I thought to myself, yeah, look, psychic vitality. We live in a too comfortable culture. Get out of your damn comfort zone. Get in the discomfort zone. That's what the crucible is psychologically. That's what frequency raising is. That's the fire of the burning. Use it to raise your frequency. Don't use it to put you down. Because when you're suppressing things, you're putting it down. Whereas when that energy burn takes place, use it for increasing your psychic vitality. We're in a stupor-like conditioning, and these comfort zones are the things that make it possible. That's what's domesticating us, right? Food, bread and circuses, that's the domestication. And being domesticated means being stuck. Because it's so easy to be stuck. It's so comfortable. Look at this. This nice comfortable bed. Look at all these comfortable things I put in a comfortable place, and I have a comfortable arrangement, and I don't want to break any of that up. I don't want to experience discomfort. This is the human animal. But it's precisely discomfort that is necessary for psychological transformation, for psychological vitality. Just imagine a cowboy, right? He's on the horse, he's dealing with animals, you're in the middle of it, you're in the thick of it. There's a calf that got caught, broke its leg, you're going to have to put that thing down right now. That's really intense. That's really intense. It's dangerous, it's dirty, it's hot, it's dusty, you know. I'm not saying everybody should be a cowboy, but that's sort of where we're coming from. Our grandfathers were like that, at least. And they had psychological vitality, and they were straight shooting. They didn't have time to lie about things. They were not trying to sniff a crack all the time. They took an agrarian approach to things. You breed cattle, you can breed people too. And you can breed good people. Breeders know what a cattle looks like. Now, cattle might be a bad example because there's different industries, like beef they breed them for certain attributes, domesticated attributes that suit domesticated and domesticating industries. But if a cow was self-aware and had the ability to arrange micro-environmentals in a way that was most conducive to them, it would be quite interesting to see how they did that. And yet, however, that leads to another type of domestication, self-domestication. Just being comfortable, just being bright-sided, just being deadened, wouldn't, encapsulated. That's not good spiritual practice either. So it's so counterintuitive because everybody struggles with this because we've also been conditioned into these comfort zones. What do? You get up, you have your little box, they have you cartwheeling through the day, you come back to the box and do it again, but you're either in the box or out of the box. And in the box is comfortable. Out of the box might not be so challenging, might be comfortable too. Same places, same people, same things. No wonder people feel sloth and torpor and depressed and everything else. That's not what our ancestors were up to. They were true survival machines. And they were in dynamic, changing environments, and they didn't have addresses necessarily. And so It's so hard to break that unless you just break that. Try to break up your routine somehow that it deliberately injects discomfort. Now people say, "Well, I do that. I go to the gym." Well, that's not the same thing. You're not. It's not psychological discomfort. Now, my theory is that by introducing physical discomfort with stress positions, you can create the psychological discomfort, but that is somewhat of a comfortable idea. What did spiritual practitioners do in the past? They went on pilgrimages. Yeah, they went and they roamed and they had to deal with all different types of things. That's sort of how Kung Fu was developed because you'd be walking and, believe it or not, predatory pathogens could jump out the bushes and want whatever things you might be walking around with, or they might just take offense that you were in what they thought their neck of the woods and they didn't think that was a good idea, or that made them suspicious, or who knows what. Maybe they had a different religion, or no religion, or no sense, or a combination thereof. So, but those people didn't let them get themselves brained. In many cases, when they came out, like sometimes with swords and everything else, they came out and made a swing, and they missed because they underestimated who they were trying to brain and got brained themselves. And so, in a way, they almost, these holy practitioners that were putting themselves in a permanent discomfort zone, they were maintaining order on these otherwise perhaps vital trade routes or byways and pathways, and in some way improved the environmental conditions for everyone else that was looking to just do some type of wholesome thing and not try to injure unsuspecting people. But they weren't looking for conflict. But when conflict came to them, they either solved it that way or they solved it a different way. Maybe the exchange might have just resulted in a significant beating of the bad person, who then saw the error of their ways and had a psychological transformation themselves based on the discomfort that they experienced in that transformational process. There's some stories of them, brigands, becoming students of wandering pilgrims that may or may not have then established a school at some place because there were very revered kinds of beings in this realm, recognized as such, as being something of a tapestry of occurrences that defy pathogenistic sensibilities or proclivities. And that's where, unfortunately, we can return to Jung and a lot of his offbeat analysis on mythological things that, unfortunately, are beyond the proclivities of a managerial class of which he was a member. He's more of a psychological manager than he is psychologically inspirational. But, people get inspiration from different things. I find him personally inspirational despite those limitations that he had. I don't expect him to have been perfect. But he might have expected that, and then he wrote a couple of things that, in retrospect, are rather embarrassing, especially regarding deities and the confluence between gods and political occurrences. Look, the whole World War I and Weimar thing, that had nothing to do with a lot of the things he said it did, especially after the whole war situation, after the war. Everything was politicized anyway, so you can take all that with a grain of salt and probably a lot of BS too. And then just imperfect understandings of a deity figure that is way more complicated than monotheism. And let's give Jung credit, he did not have the source material or analysis that we have today, which is profound. So what he did within his limitations will remain an exceptional achievement. It's just you have to take certain things with a grain of salt. Especially when it has anything to do with casting aspersions on deities. I would never do such a thing. Never. I would try to understand them, but I would not see them as something that's inherently evil. Even Loki is doing the god's work by spinning the garbage disposal unit in this realm. He is a catalyst, so he is not all bad, but for the people that fall for his tricks, he's bad, that's for sure. But they don't think so until it's too late, and that's sort of how this contraption was designed to work. By a deity that some people might call bad, but they would be wrong, wouldn't they? When was the last time you ate some great strawberries that were like perfectly ripe? The deities are fallible according to managers, a managerial class of worldly inclined Lokiites that consider themselves beyond reproach, or authorities in all matters, including the divine, when they are not that. So, yeah, Jung has his issues, which I think we should assume every psychologist has their own damn issues. And a lot of them want to see things their own damn way, and they end up doing that, despite what might be the truth, the ultimate revelation, which might not be something that humanity is privy to. Otherwise, they would be gods, wouldn't they? But they're not. They just think that they're close enough to gods to be able to psychologically analyze them. I mean, there's a certain amount of hubris involved in that act, but why not? I think that's one of the playful elements of humanity, is that we can reflect and pontificate about any matter, and divine matters are one of the most interesting things to contemplate. In fact, it is the most interesting thing to contemplate, even though it's not considered to be real by materialists and can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt for them. That's not really anyone's problem but theirs, isn't it? And this is where we get back to just inspiration and insight by itself. Really, I mean, there are insightful women. Don't get me wrong, but as far as contemplating the deities go, that's always been a male profession, for good reason, because they're the only ones capable of it on the highest of levels. And then from the men that are capable of doing that, I would say 80% are going to get it wrong, and 20% or more or less will be the ones that deliver the higher insights based on their priestly capacities and intentionalities, and not because they are considered desirable by a managerial class that would rather that they didn't exist and worldly values prevailed at the expense of divine order that they might consider to be questionable if it interferes with their worldliness on some level, including egotism. I've met Western Buddhists that have a hang-up with the concept, with the word God. Why is that? Well, they have a problem with narcissism, and something greater than themselves is something they can't really accept. But Buddha was a man, they're a man. He said this, he doesn't talk about God. That's all they need or want to hear. And you say God, it triggers their narcissism on some level. And then it becomes a doctrinaire kind of dispute. They'll say, well, the Buddha said God did not, he never, he wasn't a monotheist and all that. Well, this whole concept of God being just one personality and not multitudinous personal manifestations, that doesn't seem to occur to them that the complexity, we're already just reaching the threshold of a complexity that is beyond comprehension. And yet, why not go through different nuances and theories and things like that? Why not? As long as it doesn't drive a civilization off a cliff like it's doing today, then why couldn't one just consider that to be one of the most beneficial things one could be engaged in for not just oneself, which is the primary concern, but for everyone on this journey through this dimension that does not want to end up in the hell realm psychologically in this life or in future lives, have negative causality associated with what they have thought or done or developed into in this plane of existence. That's a very elegant way of looking at things without going too far into minutia or provability of divine characteristics, because that would be such a tall order that it would be impossible from the outset to do. We have to talk about accomplishing things within our capacity and not things outside of our capacity. And yet, distilling constructive, wholesome things from all of this thing and not turning it into some type of power play. I think the managerial class is always presupposing there's going to be a power play, and so it's biasing their perceptionalism regarding religious matters. Now, this is to assume that people trapped in managerial positions want to truly be good people and aren't of the other variety that have adopted more hellish aspects of God's personality to identify themselves with. Now, essentially, Loki, he's not going to hell for what he does. So he's not going to go into the garbage disposal. He is the garbage disposal. So, but the people that think that they're going to go get off scot-free, they're wrong. They're part of the garbage disposal phenomenon or process, but they are not sanctioned by God to do that. He told them to avoid being deceived and engaging in ill will or greed. But Loki, he's selling a different bill of goods, so that's what they went for. So yeah, it's not easy. Psychological vitality, it's a nice word to have, but how do you do it? Now, look, there's other things you can do. How about this? Like, if you look at martial arts practitioners, how they are able to increase their electrical charge, which is essentially what the human body does when it's flexing its muscles. They get into these positions like, and they push their hands out like this. They go slow motion while creating that electrical charge, which contracts the muscles, and then they hold it. That's psychological vitality. Okay, so that's also part of the practice you can experiment with. Maybe, how about the tennis ball? You can try to squeeze it, hold it like that for different periods of time. Because in our overly domesticated state at this time in, in degenerate Western civilization, is it's leading to this dissolution and rotting away, and sloth and torpor more meaninglessness, tending more towards that than anything else. And in order to counterbalance that, if you have to get out of these damn comfort zones, we're too damn comfortable. And yet, how to do that skillfully? Like, you should use a lot of skill in choosing how to do this in order to artificially create these psychological preconditions in a humane and compassionate yet directed and insightful way, in order to provoke these violent transformations and also be able to withstand them, to have the patience, to have the nobility, to see that process as worthwhile, and not always reverting back to some type of social context, what that means for social norms or notaries and other questionably motivated groups of people. Back to late stage Christianity, uh, or even early stage to a certain extent. Of course, we're what we read are revised versions. Okay, it's gone through multiple revisions, the Bible and the New Testament. But in other words, if we consider Jesus to be an Odinial figure with the world tree and the cross, or a Dionysian representation, the hanged man, right, the tree of life kind of synchronicity there, then you could consider Jesus to be a bright-sided or one-dimensional Odinial figure that may have been revised by people who thought they knew better in a managerial sense, just like Jung expressed in his later stage misattributations. And that would be the factor for it. See, once religion becomes institutionalized, then you have the technocrats, managers, and domesticated wealth guarding interests that play a stupefying role. In other words, the religion becomes less vital, less holistic, less real. And that's sort of by design, because worldly people see that's their influence. The worldly influence saps the spiritual vitality. So how that all happens, it's interesting to speculate on. There have been some theories that are outside of the box. But if we can see that Odinians were all over that region, that maybe one only learned, or there was maybe places where people were less up on all the other different aspects at some time, and so they might have just walked away with one or two of the aspects instead of all of them. That's the other thing. Cultural transmission is extremely important, and if it's disrupted, then your culture dies out. You know, you had a culture of freedom, now it's a culture of tyranny. Same place, different place, isn't it? It's psychologically different. But materialists don't recognize that. But what really is the most important thing? Well, yeah, it's the thing that's considered not to be the most important thing. But again, if you're looking for externals, you're going to be dissatisfied. I don't care what external you have. A neurotic mind could find something wrong with it. And a delusional mind could find something right with it, even if there's not really anything good about it, except a few points, including insight, gaining insight by things. I happened to be in the vicinity of a place where two honchos went into a bar, one of them with a machete, and went to town on one of his amigos based on delusionality and ill will. It turns out someone said he was seen with his girlfriend, but that turned out to be a lie. But you know, all those body parts and everything, that's real. So this is just our dimension. Things happen. Forms and conditions. Ideas. But chances are you're too damn comfortable. You're stationary, you're too comfortable. Really. That's why I also like the Buddhist monastic tradition and pilgrimage. Because they have rains retreat, so they're not in one place all year round. When it rains, when the rainy season comes, monsoon season, they gotta go there. They gotta return to their monastery if they were living out in the mountains or in the forests. That's how they set it up. And so you would think, well, that doesn't sound too difficult. Well, it depends on where they were and how they're going to get there, and also follow the precepts the whole time. It sounds like getting places on hard, extremely difficult mode, and yet look at them do it. Many of them do it, and make it look so effortless. So that's all about being in the discomfort zone for and exchanging that for psychic vitality. Is that a poor exchange? I don't think so. A little discomfort for a lot of vitality. You hung your poncho up and it was blasted to shreds, and now it's raining. Use that for internal transformation. These are the crucible is there, the fire is there, the karma is there, so burn it with skillful practice and extract that psychic vitality. That's what you need. You don't need comfort. A lot of you need a lot more discomfort. And if these ideas make you discomfortable, I'm glad. They really should. Use that discomfort. Don't numb it. Don't distract. Don't look away from it. That discomfort, that's a very important ingredient in transformation. It is the primary ingredient. Now you just need to add skill to it for the insight, the wisdom, the elixir of the gods. Or to make another footnote about Jesus is you could look at him as a sanitized Odinial figure. that was based on more ancient models, right? He was a sanitized version, claimed to have existed. He was crucified by a crew of people called apostles, and that's what they were selling to the Romans, essentially, at that time, who were sort of stuck in the pantheon as well. So you see the pantheon is Odinial as well. But these connections were long since forgotten. And then you also have to think of, like, what did Christianity offer to governmental people? Because then we get into the worldly dialogue between Constantine and Christianity again, that confluence of worldliness and spirituality, an official institutional religion. You can see how that could go very wrong, couldn't you? Up to and including the revision of any type of text associated with the group in order to make it acceptable to the landowning class and administrative class that also weren't elected on the basis of anything other than them being related to or friends with a bunch of people that had inherited the franchise. Possibly because the progenitors of their families may have been those civilizationally pivotal people that were kings, but also magicians and also priests. All right, the original kings, they had all three. Trismegistus, right? They didn't have departments. They didn't compartmentalize religion to some foreign alien franchise. But later stage Romans did, and Constantine's an example of that. But there were other barbarian kings that were sold the franchise and they sold them on the basis of worldliness, not on the basis of spirituality. So in this way, Jesus is sort of an incomplete version, which leads to incomplete people that end up being more domesticated than psychologically actualized or reconnected with divinity. So, but yeah, administrations can inherit working or vital communities, but as their degenerate religious practices have their effect over centuries, then you leave out a couple of important vital elements of spirituality and its direction, and or protect it from worldly interest or not, is how effective or misleading that religion will become or be, despite whatever label it's carrying for itself, especially if it doesn't adapt in a good way, like losing the junk and dogmatism and embracing innovation and brevity and psychic vitality instead. And that would be looking in the direction of Hermes Trismegistus, who was just mistakenly called or called by certain people Odin or Wotan in certain regions for a certain time, but as Patuchinas of worldly people don't want to admit, he's way, way, way bigger than that. He's outside their little stupid boxes. He's not beneath them. He's everywhere. He's all-encompassing. He's multifaceted. He encompasses the full spectrum of the human dimension as a theoretical, theological, conceptual kind of thing. So who were the true kings? Well, they were Trismegistus. They had all three things. They had the spiritual side covered, the inspirational side, they had the vitality side covered, they had the mystery and inquisitive and learning and scholarly side covered. They had the practice side covered. I'm building whole pyramids. People are like, oh, what would a Padugina today say? Oh, we don't have the money for that. That's not important. That's a waste of time. Well, they didn't do that. And where do these Padugians go to look at something great? Well, they have to jump in one of these flying lawnmowers, and they have to fly themselves in there to look at and take a picture of themselves next to it. So, ergo, Padujas have none of the three attributes of Trismegistus or the kingly. And what does the king do with those marvelously talented talents, and yet none of them are perfect? Well, they are the seed of great civilizations. They are congruent. And they manage their flock with beautiful rituals that are seasonal and require extreme levels of design insight to do well. And then, I almost forgot, the kingly duties, those that the people, the Paduginas, only see or care about. The law. He has his laws, you break them, he breaks you. And with those three aspects, you not only have the foundations of a spectacularly accomplished divine culture, but the people to go with it and the means by which that whole magical process transpires, thanks to the threefold divinity of the godly man, or his people. They are his people. If they are his people, if they are foreigners, then they are foreigners. They can be treated differently. There's a separate set of laws for foreigners, non-citizens, non-natives. There always were that, and there always will be when you have a good kingly and divine administration. But as far as what we're experiencing today, we have the relics of that, and now we have captured populations who are being Lokiized into degenerate forms of humanity. Now, some people will get caught up and say, well, you're just pointing outside and saying other people can be degenerate. No. Westerners can be the most degenerate of all peoples, and we really are seeing that based on the misdirection that they've been behavioralized into by smuggies, technocrats, and financial people. Oh, by the way, finances falls under the magic category. And it appears like we've been having some voodoo economics. Yeah, we've been having that for about a couple of centuries now, and the effects are mind-blowingly awful. They're hellish in a dimensionality that only someone with some divinity in them is adequately qualified to ascertain the true repugnantness of modern moronism and all of its manifestation. But of course, the conceit of tyrants is that they will always have some type of control. But even if they do maintain control, the products of whatever things that they have captured will just continue to degenerate. And the widespread of mental illness is part of that process happening. Degenerative, destructive, rotting kind of process. Now, if Lokiist can gaslight you into believing that that process is good or necessary, then you're just a little stooge in a domestication game that's going to get progressively worse without divine principles guiding the group. And the wonderful thing about this, you can scale this down. Scale this down to the little wine-drinking communities of seafaring peoples in the Mediterranean and their divinely inspired, kingly, magical leaders, at least in certain periods of time. And then the conglomeration of those types of settlements, and then some dying out, some moving, and all of these things, and how things developed over time. Then we gain a greater understanding of how things were for our ancestors and why we do feel psychological incongruence with the current mismanagement at the top. And egos will try to dispute what I just said because they're personally invested in presenting themselves as accomplished or worthy or legitimate. But the statistics don't back them up. The math doesn't. The science doesn't. So they're not congruent with the truth on a professional level. And yet these are the professional, credible people, they say. But their captured system's a trophy if they have divinely inspired people, the ancestors, the descendants of such people within them, because those people fall apart under bad management practice or sadistic conditions, micro or macro environments. It's not conducive to the culture or the people that are captured by such administrators or misguided psychologists or other domesticating forces. In that case, the worldly allure is just bait. You're baited into a system. You're allowed to eat the bait, but you're in a cage and essentially mistreating your divine origins. And you have this basic incongruence in your psychology, this disconnect and this antagonism, and all of that is not a good recipe for the cessation of suffering or the skillful cessation of suffering or psychological transformation, psychic vitality. That's not it. It works against that. Which would also go to explain a lot into these midlife crises. That's it. It's like either your junk drawer has been filled up with suppressed suffering to the point you can't continue functioning normally, or that basic disconnect I described has conveyed to you in so many different ways via invisible crazy pills that either you're crazy or they are, but a lot of people will tend to think they're crazy instead of the system they're in, because everyone else who they would otherwise referentialize with or gain a reference from has already been contaminated by the poisons that they're choking on. So it's really hard to conceptually fight your way out of that paper bag, and a lot of people unfortunately don't. Which is why, and this is a great statistic for this time of cultural disaster, is that in Western civilizational zones, the life expectancy has dropped off dramatically despite our scientific advancements in medicine. So a smart moron doesn't know why that's happening, because they're lobotomized from their spiritual roots. They haven't had someone. So what does the priest do? The priest explains the psychological, the interior, the spiritual side, and he uses rituals so that people release whatever, via catharsis, whatever has been stored up during that time. Someone died. People are suppressing emotions, and these type of rituals, or their practice, or these rituals are meant to release that, to get you back on track, to get you free from some type of interior demons that are negatively affecting your attitudinals. Conversely, in sadistically, tyrannically captured psycho-sociological spaces, they deliberately inject toxicity into everything that they possibly can in order to magnify the exterminationist effect. Which is to say, the non-divine peoples of the world that have conglomerated themselves into totalitarian monstrosities and behemoths have no problem at all with the idea of physically exterminating other cultures of people that have certain psychosociological requirements in order to function properly, such as trismegistic kinds of concerns. So a lot of these idiotic managerial, what do we call them, PMCs, engaged in cultural warlike activities, are too dense to realize that they are engaging in cultural extermination. They're not engaging in cultural modification, because they modified the vitality out of the culture and misdirected it into even biological non-existence. That's another great statistics, just population rate. Like Italy will lose 40% of its population under these exterminationist socioeconomic political conditions in the next 30 years. That's sort of how they calculate that. And of course they're importing people that don't belong to the culture, and so that's just a means of substitution. Then you're talking about numbers, so it's 40% drop of total numbers, but how many of those numbers are actually Italians versus some type of slave population that has been flown and boated in every which way, driven in against the wishes of the native peoples that are stranded there, the native descendants of the kingly, priestly magical kings. Here's something to keep in mind is that humans have this conceit, humanity has this conceit that we know what other people are about. And it can be subtle. We can subtly think we know what other people are about. And maybe we're correct, maybe we aren't. Maybe it also really doesn't matter if they get you or not. You see how you can be stuck in an external validation, conceptuality, way of thinking, normal way of thinking, always in externals, when that's misguided. That's that conditioning. That's that training, that Western training that we had. Externals, externals, externals. A blending of externals into psychological externals. You see? Why are you unhappy? Well, I can't change that thing outside myself. And I'm attached to that outcome that is dependent on all of these other things, and my happiness and satisfaction is dependent on that thing as well. Oh, is that why? Could it be some version of that in your case? In your specific case, that is probably exactly what's in play right now. You just didn't see it until right now. Now, you feel stupid for thinking that way. Good. Let that suffering burn whatever else is associated with that causal way of thinking out. Burn that neuro pathway out. Don't ever think that way. You will never gain happiness based on externalities. It's your internal relationship with externalities, in synchronicity with that can sometimes lead you to assume that that's always the case, but that's just one small aspect of it. Naturally, when externals are perfectly congruent with internals, that there's a perfect congruency between them. And when there's an incongruency, depending on perspectives at the time, egoic considerations, it would be bad if this bag of rice is covered in diesel and set on fire because it has inherent value for human life that is so essential that people must pay for it or rather die if they can't. That would be a bad thing to burn a sack of rice. But if you were just to make that a per se principle and get dogmatic about it, you might encounter a situation where you have to do that. That's the better thing to do. Because otherwise, maybe the ship would sink, or something else wouldn't burn, which is essential for water to boil so that one can transfer that energy into mechanical motion, such as in the wheels of a locomotive out of that place, out of that tunnel of comfort zone capture, despondency, helplessness, hopelessness. All of those holes we can get ourselves into. Do you see how such a mechanism, such a vitality could just raise us up and out of those places if we only knew that there were tracks and how the whole mechanism worked? It was just missing those couple of sparks. It may be a 5-minute conversation, how it all fits together, and now you're ready to go. You could get yourself out of that way of thinking just like that. You know it's true. People change their mind all the time. I love it when people change their minds. People always complain about people changing their mind. I'm not complaining about that. Now, of course, you can change your mind in a wrong way. That's the whole thing. that you have to be concerned for. That's the nuance, that's the essential component of the equation. That's where you need to put your focus. But everything else, if you can just let that then run automatically, the machinery together, and just dispense with old ways of seeing things with new information, that's how it's done. That's inspiration. I thought life was terrible, and now I've dispensed with that thought. I now find that thought childish and misguided. Isn't that great? And I do because I can raise my energy. I can change my mind. I can stop craving things. I can. I wanted a Big Mac right now, 5 minutes ago. Right now, ugh, the thought of that. Like, have you ever not wanted to eat something? Like, it's just not the right thing. I've got something else here, right? I've got an oatmeal cookie and some fresh squeezed milk, and I don't need a Big Mac. I don't need that craving. I don't need that boyfriend, girlfriend, fancy car, bigger house, newer clothes, designer sunglasses, all the way down the line. Don't need it. Don't crave it. And therefore, I'm satisfied with what I have right here, right now. I'm so satisfied. I'm so grateful just to be able to breathe this breath right now. So grateful to be alive. So grateful to work with my psychology now after years of doing the opposite thing. Being compassionate with myself and others, and accepting in the grand scheme of the universe, our lives are really only meant for one thing, and that is transformation, liberation, renewal, revival, resurrection, expression, inspiration. All the power of love and happiness, joy. All the good things in life, yes, we can have them if we're skillful and we're virtuous. We're virtuous first, skillful second. And then dedicated third. We dedicate ourselves to attitudinal adjustments all the time. We're in that vehicle of mind. We're in the vehicle of the spirit. Heart, mind, body, temple. Trismegistus. And do you see how poetry made up a big part of Hermes? He was a poet. Why? Because look at that communication of meaning via logos, via the beauty of the expression, the nuance, the tone, the tonality, the depth, the power, the impactfulness of the range of the spectrum of the experience, that one can automatically feel the frequency just going off the charts, because one's connecting with this greater multiverse on such a amazing kind of vital, very vital, fresh, new, now, free, harmonious, congruent, purified, elevated, uplifted, cheerful, compassionate kind of way. It's just normal for us because we're purified, because we chose light, not darkness. We found the one infinite point in the universe. And the circle that expanded out around that, like a supernova, to burn off and purify all of the electromagnetic energy and field in our vicinity. And that we can just expand that out, let it resound like a bell or a chime. And just let that force field expand out beyond Earth into the expanse of the galaxy and deep space all the way to infinity, to connect divinely with that level of power and to know it is real, because one is a conduit of it via this holy vessel that has been so purified so consistently, that it's so bright, it shines so bright as to be blinding. In a flash, an instant of Satori, one can drop all those aggravations at that height of one pointed practice. And so we see the triangle before us, and the dot with the circle above the triangle. And that is the sign. That is the deepening. That is the communicative element to the divine realms. It's a language that it understands. It's a language that all of the Trismegistic Trinity understands. And so you will begin to manifest these wonderfully beneficial, enlivening, energetically positive, purifying elements within yourself. The elixir of the heart will begin to manifest and start to cool things down like nibbana. Just like a waterfall flowing down with clear, cool waters as rainbows reflect out as the sun strikes the water vapor. And that sound, that rushing sound, is this what heaven's like? Is this how it could be? Is this what it feels like for a noble soul, a noble person, a noble friend? Someone asked, what do you think about late stage 30-year banditry? And I thought to myself, it's sort of like a protection racket. that doesn't protect you and predates on you instead. And yet puts all their effort into just maintaining a false pretense that that's not happening the way you see it. And that the protection money are the taxes, of all the people in the damn country. So you just have to look at the efficiency ratio with a few economic specialists and see, so they're paying in this much, and what is coming of that? Well, it's more or less just being extracted over time more than's put in the terms of sensible, strategic, or tactical investment, or organization, or socially cohesive and coherent policies. So, sort of like that, fumbling and bumbling along, more focused on domestic rapaciousness than the brewing international geopolitical breaking down into all-out total war, which is also another idea. At the end of World War II, total war, it reached a stage of total war, and after World War II, it hasn't really stopped. They weren't able to stop all the components of it. And so it sort of went, from hot to cold, but that cold didn't stop being cold. It's just the beginning of the bandit stage was making a bunch of idiots think it was no longer in play. Despite it being in play, I don't think anybody really doubted that it was in play. It was just, again, a massive gaslighting campaign by the eggheads that were captured in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And 60s, they brought in via culture revolutionary pathogenic practices, a lot of torpedoed young people that they then directed to have a maximum damaging effect on civil society and national narratives, psychology, culture, those types of things. And of course economics, whatever they could siphon off for themselves. Well, that was fair game. You were just, attacking the man, that the man's franchise, the people's franchise. Sticking it to him. Making it work for you for a change. Type of greedy, shameless people. And look, greed. What is the definition of greed? This is just again, it's a scientific term. And as far as viewed from Buddhism, it's just one of the three poisons of humanity. More greed, more poison. And the effects are in the statistics that aren't being really understood to the extent that it should be. But I keep coming back to the conclusion that we're not the Hausmeisters of failing institutions. Even if we're captured inside them in some way, or at least feel that way for at times, it most likely isn't your job to get worked up about these things. So you can see it. It is in a way, depending on where you are. Some part of that is true. But there's a lot of differentiation. No matter how bad systems get, there's still some good people, not necessarily in them, but around on this planet. And we know karma is ironclad. You do bad things, you'll get bad things. It's ironclad. And a lot of the bad things, for example, like all the suppressed negative emotions, man, that is a life killer. Whether you want to admit that or not. In fact, the ego probably won't. So what is good religious practice in bad times. But good religious practice is good all the time. So that things don't get so bad no matter how bad they get. That's sort of the point. It's a life preserver in a sea of troubles and sorrows and worries and sufferings and disappointments and illusions. So we shouldn't be taking life too hard, and we shouldn't be putting responsibilities on ourselves that do not exist. They don't. It's just a figment of your imagination, not necessarily a good one. Could it be a Loki-like one? Kind of. Idea that it's your problem when it's not. Just think of how many damn problems are out there that really aren't your damn problem. You might come to the conclusion it's all of them. If you have a problem, start investigating, talk back, challenge the frame. Is this my problem? Ask yourself that. Why is this my problem? And then thirdly, what is the easiest way to solve this problem? However, if the problem is on a subconscious level, then that means, yes, sticking with the practice even though it feels like it's not accomplishing a damn thing. That suffering that you're feeling is part of the process. That is karma being burned. It is the ego reaching the limit of what it can do. And you accept the answers it gives you, which is, I don't know. And then you just stay there and let the karma burn continue. And it's open-ended because you're compassionate. And you're compassionate so you're not going to start the negative self-talk or criticism either. Nor are you going to blame others or circumstances. In fact, if they did cause you a lot of pain, actually looked at from the standpoint of transformation, they gave you half of what you needed to transform into something wiser. They did. In fact, you can thank them. I want you to thank all the people who you think harmed you on your journey. Thank them. Thank all people you've encountered on your journey, especially the good ones that you're forgetting when you're focusing on the bad ones and obsessing and blaming. Now, mind you, the ego is doing that, not you. So notice the ego doing that, but tune out the ego and let the suffering rise out from the depths of subconscious and burn out and off, however long it takes. And in fact, induce it. What is it, a sad? Something sad? Well, then overdo the sad and make it dramatic, make a fool of yourself. Is it anger? Then imagine somebody who's super angry doing some crazy, dumb things. These are just moods. These are ghosts. These are bad fumes, bad moods, right? They come and go. Let them go. Release them. Do not hold on to them. The ego wants to hold on to them. That's what it's doing. It's a false positive. As the karma burn is happening, the ego is getting all these false positives. And it's trying to latch onto them. But if it does, then you see, you've made yourself aware of it, but you've also made yourself angry or attached or something else. Frustrated. But the whole point of the exercise is not to attach to the things that arise, that you're letting go. Because that's the real practice. That's the principle of the real practice, but in action. But you have to put it in action skillfully, and these things are nuanced. And your bias is to take them seriously. But that is not the purification ritual. We are not bringing more suffering and frustration into our practice. We are releasing it. And yet, sticking with it is also counterintuitive because it gives us the sensation of suffering. And yet, that is the point. It has to be done. The karma has to be paid. The karma that was created must be paid. It wasn't paid then, it was suppressed. Now it must be paid. That's the thing. It's a deferred payment. And you are paying up. You have the soul, you have the awareness to pay it up. And it is that. And if it's not paid up, it will not be burned. It will remain. And that's not what skillful people do and compassionate people do. They just don't. Just think of what a skillful and compassionate person does versus the opposite of that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't. There is a moral component to it. See, these hard asses out here, these godless hard asses, they don't have that. They don't have compassion for themselves because they don't have it for others. They want to have compassion for themselves, but because they're not congruent, they don't. It's not strong enough. So, oh yeah, they wreck a lot of people. Well, they wreck themselves in the process. So don't envy fools. There's not a lot of wise people at this time. And not even close to near to the top. So if you feel like you've been alienated or you don't like the going menu, well, no, you're not crazy. But there are unskillful and skillful ways about going along with expectation and putting perfect outcomes, imaginary outcomes together in the form of expectations, and then constantly comparing reality to that is a neurosis and not helpful at all. So dispense with it. If it arises, don't let it define you. It's not a narrative. It's not a part of a narrative you want to include, not in your life at least. And as far as other people making mistakes or groups or or nations, it's causality, isn't it? And with spinning discs, it just might be for you or the place you're in at a different point than where it would be. Maybe otherwise must be, and then randomness forms the conditions factors. That's what you have to constantly inject the skillful viewpoint into the process. As long as it takes, that's what you do. Let's get back for a moment to the concept of creating mini psychodramas on the basis of what you're feeling in order to provoke an extractionary karma burn type of experience, because it's showing you that the traumatic injury is related to that mood, or it has created that form of dissatisfaction, that specialized form of it. And so to extract it, you need to connect with it on a psycho-spiritual, narrative constructing kind of third-party observing kind of way. You have to be the narrator or the choreographer, or at least be able to see yourself in your mind's eyes camera while you're also congruent with your body language. Like if you're feeling let's say sad, but also sad in sort of an angry way, if that makes any sense. Sort of like a confluence of sad, angry sad, like the angry sad clown. Or disappointed and dashed and crushed in the moment. And you just like want to throw it. If the sofa's strong enough, just take like a little run and jump and be dramatic, right? And get into the role. You're feeling that feeling, so express it physically. But do it maybe in a little bit of a cheerful, humorous, and somewhat trolling way. Because you're trolling this emotion that doesn't belong in your life. It doesn't. It is not normal or good to be depressed, or to be sad, or to be disappointed, or to be angry, or to be greedy and craving and thirsty for something, or angry and misdirectional about something, when you need to extract it in a humorous, playful, experimental way that also involves the body. And acting out the emotion, like say, all right. See, this is also a technique for getting people like alcoholics off the sauce. Is they're like, because the body's saying, hey, drink, 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 right? That's the it saying, yeah, this is what relieves the pain down here, so I want this. So go get this, right? It's an addiction. So, but what does the conscious mind? The conscious mind, knowing that, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to drink water instead. So it's like a compromise. And then you just keep drinking until it notices that it's almost going to like vomit because it's drank too much fluid, which is exactly what it needs to keep the body running. It's just that psycho element that was driving it to false signal, that the conscious mind should figure out how to get sedation or more suppression, because that's the only thing the conscious mind has come up with up until this point because of his ignorance or unskillful practice, his uninitiated, just blank state kind of mind, or perhaps negatively biased or conditioned mind, or narcissistically or sadistically captured mind, that they don't have access to this technique and thereby cannot release and experience the catharsis that these more dramatic, lively, involved, full body, this is full contact. Okay, but see, people, this is the thing, like with anger, it wants you to go and attack something. So people think that they're releasing it when they're engaging in these angry activities. Now, again, this might work for some people. You can try it, mix it up. This is just my take on it. Different people are going to have different results based on their constitution, but from my point of view, some of them are just seeing that one way to deal with it, which is to engage with it. But my experience has been that that strengthens it on some level. You see, because you're not really releasing it, you're sort of using it. There's a codependency, because you really can't hit that hard when you're not angry. So you sort of look to be angry to keep that power dynamic on your side. And you think it sort of makes you powerful, and so it's sort of something that you don't want to completely let go, because you don't see at least some benefit of not being, let's say, assertive, at least on a certain level. So that goes all in deep in the types of ways we can see things. Sometimes it might not really be true. It's just we've been conditioned to see it in a certain way, and we haven't put in the work to question whether or not that's really the case, or if we're just seeing it that way. And if it is optional, why don't we pick a better attitudinal for ourselves that is also wholesome and simple and immediate and also manifested or extracted. Here's the thing. People want to manifest happiness in the id space, but the id space is filled with karmic injuries and suppressed negative emotions. And they haven't been extracted first. First you need to empty the ashtray that's busted full. Have you ever seen like a coffee can just stamped full with all the butts? That's sort of what your let's say lower consciousness. That's even better than it. See, it is also, but it's an abbreviation. But anyway, lower consciousness looks like as they stuffed a coffee can, like sort of a dented up rusty tin, like it was like a bigger soup can where they ripped off the label. It's been outside, it's a little rusty and dented and busted up, and then just filled. And probably at the bottom, see, there's fluid, like some type of sludge there. So it sort of stinks too. So your mood stinks. And you're sort of angry, and you're sort of agitated, and you're sort of dissatisfied, and all, it's all down in there. And nobody told you, yeah, brush your teeth, scrub off your ego every once in a while, spray it down with some no self exercise. But anyway, that's for maintenance. Daily bowing practice and other techniques, tennis ball practice. That's just the daily practice. Okay, that's maintenance. That's keeping your skills up to par to meet the challenges of this challenging psychological dimension of this realm, which is to say, spiritual health and wholesomeness. Super important. I've met so many nutritional freaks and people jogging, they got their butts. You know, I'm not complaining when they're, I'm not going to complain about first world problems in that sense. But look, if you put even half as much effort that you do in just the physical, in these purification rituals that are completely neutral to all parties, there's nothing that you should have any hang-ups about, and just having the basic compassion to confront whatever it is you're feeling in an experimental, playful way, in order to look at yourself while you're doing it, and perhaps gaining some distance, and growing that distance, and maybe even getting to be able to laugh about yourself on some level at some point if you really put your heart and mind into it. This is the other thing, sincerity of practice. This is not, I want, people walking around not feeling anything. You have to electrify your practice. Make it meaningful. Make it more meaningful. Like yesterday, you didn't light a candle. This day, you did. Now, yesterday you had the candle. Now you're going to do the incense. Then, however much you enrich your practice, the better for you. It's about making meaning for you specifically with what is meaningful for you, because you make it meaningful. You imbue meaning to it, and you deepen that meaning over time. You focus on the good meanings that you pick out for yourself, like little mantras. Nice affirmations that are true and good, and within the context of the 5 precepts and 8-fold path and New Testament, and well, just the Bible in general. We'll say Old and New Testament, why not? And you've got the Hermetic to an extent. However, all that just needs to be qualified. This is the thing, people. Look, spirituality is like a drug. It really is. People do sometimes gain release by it, and there you see people trying to sell supplements. And so if you get those several worldly people in on that, they really think it's a cool game, and they might bring, actually they do sometimes transfer some of that, but there's also some malarkey associated with it on some level. But there's also innovators. So you have to be able to have discriminating taste in these matters. And let me tell you, an indication that you're dealing with someone who might not only be a charlatan, but be dangerous is somebody professing anything to do with any type of darker stuff. That you should be able to recognize if you're sort of an intuitive, basic person. But see, the thing is, people snookered them on it in the sense that they said, oh, it's just some type of alternative, or it's jazzier version of goodness. But if you have insight, you know it doesn't lead to the intended place. So beware, be discriminating, use your navigation system. 5 precepts is the basis of it, but of course, within the limits of human compassion. Okay? None of us is perfect, or will be perfect, can be perfect. Who is perfect? Was the Buddha perfect, really? What about when he wasn't perfect? Was it the same Buddha? I think it was. It was sort of a whole. I think it was a transformational process. I don't think things like that are easy, especially if you have no guidance whatsoever, not even pointers in the right direction. How could you get to the 8-fold path without the 8-fold path? You would get there yourself, you think? See, thinking won't get you there. But walking the path will. Okay, but many people, especially those starting out, are like, okay, that's all theory, that's all very dry, that's all very complicated. What should I just do now to get me started? And that's why I'm talking about these other crazy practices, just on a sports therapy kind of level, because I think that's the state or level that very many people are that could then benefit from an addition to their physical practice. Like there is the Venn diagram between yoga and theater and psychology or philosophy, right? I like philosophy better. I mean, there's psychological tools, but you need to have those integrated into a philosophical system for it to be wise, because it's a life-based kind of thing. It's about your life. It's about living well and wisely in harmony with the other noble peoples of this planet, that are noble inside and out. But inside is the emphasis is on inside. I'd rather have inside than outside. But the inside, that's important for them. It's the gift of the Buddha to them, to anyone. But it does need to be sincere. It cannot be misguided. And to get there, the problem is you have a filled lower consciousness with some form of submerged traumatic. And when I hate to overemphasize these things, look, it could have just been your wrong point of view in some instance, and you just worked up all that, a ball of stress over a bunch of hot nonsense. But that doesn't mean that it's not there. It's there. It ain't going anywhere unless you use these purification practices, which includes drama, like over-dramatizing and viewing from an inner perspectionist kind of way, so that you can also possibly then not just view yourself from different angles, being somewhat ridiculous after a time. Now, look, this is not to just make you look ridiculous. That will come later. That's catharsis, the catharsis process. But in the beginning, you really need to connect with those feelings and express those feelings. Like you would on a stage. Imagine an audience watching you. And imagine you're the spectator watching yourself play the role with nobody else looking at first. It's a private viewing. And then don't kid yourself. Play the role you've seen a movie or read a book, you know. You've probably cried at some type of tragic event. It's okay to cry. People cry all the time. Little kids cry. Is it wrong when little kids cry? Well, why is it wrong when big kids cry? You experience something deeply traumatic and sad, cry your damn eyes out. Don't let anybody tell you that's the wrong thing to do. It's just we suppress it in the moment if we have to. But later, give yourself the time. Go back in. Don't run away from the suffering. You have to confront it. You have to burn it to get rid of it. That's the practice. Which means you have to inure yourself to sitting there and not distracting yourself, like a hunter and gatherer would under the stars. No other damn distractions. And if something he had intuited or had encountered him in some way, he had time to see those things through to the end, at least internally. And if he had good principles, wise and wholesome principles, then he had as best of good a life as is possible in a purgatory-like place at times. So that's also the mudita. So replacing a competitive mindset with a mudita mindset, which is a mindset of well-meaning towards others. Like your little kid brother, look, if he's having a great time, be happy for him. It's his birthday. Look at him. Look at that smile. Just let him be happy. Can you be happy that he's happy? Can you? Can you not find that within yourself somewhere? Did somebody kill that for you? Because if so, bring it back. You can bring it back. Yes, you can. Just also look at some corny movie like that and feel it. It's real. Look at that little kid. Look at this story. Oh, it's Santa Claus. He's bringing the presents. Look. Oh, look at all those presents. Look at the tree. Everything's looking so marvelous. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't this cozy? Right? You see the feelings. Like you get positive feelings. This is what we're here to experience also. But okay, let's get back to the people. The people, you're stuffed up first, so you have to, I would say, start with these more intensive. Now, look, this is DIY. This is for people that might not have any other choices, but don't take my word for it. I mean, you have to apply it in your case, and if it's restricted, look, you could be in a wheelchair, you could be with a cane. It's got to work for you. But in any case, it's good to be more dynamic with your body, because that's something your conscious mind can control really well. That's where your conscious mind has a super power to put itself in these stress positions, contortions, or dramatic expressions of like acting out. See, that's a wonderful concept, acting out the emotions. See, you're just trying to channel them into the dramatic form. Which is to say, me, like a tragedy, I can play a tragedy. I can play a tragic figure in a tragedy. Oh yeah, I can. I've trained myself that way. But it was so funny because it ended up being a comedy. But the tragedies, they were so sad. And the performance was so charismatically, enthrallingly engaging that the audience thought it was the living embodiment of the spirit of sadness and tragedy. When they saw him play that role, it was done in such a way that one, having seen it just one time, would never forget it. That is, if one could have watched it to the end, because the tears came out flowing like geysers. There were sobs, there were gasps. People were throwing themselves over the railing. In fact, someone did, a drunkard, fell off the balcony. Nobody noticed. They were crying their eyes out. And you know there's tragic stories out there. And many of you have them inside. You just aren't connecting with them because they're like that. They're sad like that. They induce bad feelings but now you're going to stay with the feelings and you're going to cry your damn eyes out if that's what it takes, because you're being compassionate with your human animal that has that icky, sticky, dirty, submerged karma that it needs to burn off via emotive expression. That's the only way this stored up electromagnetic kind of thing can be transferred to the cosmos and out of you. So you're stopped up, you're constipated. That's most of your problem. So I would start with an extraction program that is playful and experimental, and stick with the emotions. The whole idea is to act out the emotions in the most skillful, eloquent, and convincing way, gripping way, emotionally dazzling way. It's your performance. It's your emotions. Don't waste them. Transform yourself into the embodiment of that thing. Do it skillfully. Convince yourself. If you don't, you're like, oh, I'm just going to lay on the couch here. He said just act out. This is a person laying on a couch? No. How would you lay on a couch if nobody was looking, or maybe an audience that was expecting a dramatic performance? You're just going to slouch on a couch? It doesn't look convincing. See? And that's the type of dialogue you have with these pre-emotive burns in order to really connect with what's there on that kind of fabricated basis, because that's the kind of karma that it is. It's associated with the karmic wound, perhaps. But finally, yeah, the lower conscious, once you've really kicked it all out, it's gone. It's not there. It's been burned off. You've adequately burned it off. It's not there. You've got a freed up space. It's been reformatted in that area. And that space that works now, that's constructive, functional, a robust space. So in this sense, having a bad mood and whatnot, or just coming to a point where you're so stressed or backed up that you experience something like a burnout, then this is sort of a process that could initiate a rejuvenal kind of therapy, or like sports therapy, theater, sport therapy kind of dynamic that can exercise these demons in a skillful way and expel them finally. But doing them a certain amount of honor, in that you're honoring the emotions that they represent. Like, look, this is anger. We're going to do an angry scene. Maybe we're going to punch a punching bag, right? Imagine you're a famous boxer. You're doing a famous boxer film, and this is you training in the gym with the punching bag, and you're angry and you're playing out the angry scene. Then play that scene and look at yourself. Are you convincing? How long until you knock yourself out? Because that's a good place to knock yourself out. That's how you can knock the anger out, by also sort of mocking it. But on the other hand, anger will knock itself out. It's too much energy and too little return, right? See, when we're young, we're overabundant in energy, and then it seems we can just sustain anger forever, but that burns you out. It burns up your energy. And you only have a limited amount of that. You only have a limited amount of energy. And directionality is important. Invest that limited energy, even if it's overabundant at a time, into a diverse range of things that are wholesome and meaningful, but also maybe not. Like I said, practice is a place where people could put a lot more of that energy and would also be well rewarded for it. Because it's sort of like investing in a spiritual navigation and purification system that we sort of all need in order to achieve optimal results socially. Because ethics lead to good social and therefore individual outcomes. So there's a certain political element involved, at least in theory, but do watch these so-called practitioners of today, as they do seem to have other motives than the common good as one would understand it. But of course, that can change, right? Anywhere, that could be anywhere. Who knows where? That's not a blanket condemnation. I'm looking for a renewal. I'm not looking to criticize other people. I think there can be spaces for renewal without any kind of problems with anyone that doesn't want to cause problems. But God knows that's not a common occurrence, is it? And why would that be? So, what's wrong with solitary practice under conditions like that? Well, there's not a lot wrong with it. There's a lot right with it. There's a lot that's necessary about it. But on the other hand, that was known to ancient peoples. We just lost that. in translation of religious principles over time. But the wonderful thing is you can reconnect with it, and then it's there, and then it can be that powerful breakthrough, high frequency energy beam that lifts you out of the doldrums of life and re-energizes and connects you to all the wholesomeness that this universe has on offer. Come on, trust your gut on that one. That sounds like a good deal to me, doesn't it? So yeah, uplifting material, uplifting things, and purification and dedication and vitality. That's another possible avenue of exploration is rituals. Religious rituals. Make your bowing ritual elaborate. Combine it with other things, hand positions, rhythmic movements, and ritualistic movements, and electrify it. Like press your hands together, make it difficult. If it's a dead practice, you have nothing from it. You have the time, you took the time, electrify it. It's not electric enough after 15 minutes, electrify it more, make it 3 hours. Use weights, use other things to keep your interest. Like a slight distraction, but it's a geometric expression that has meaning to you, or perhaps it represents a symbol that is powerful because you make it powerful because you think of that symbol. For example, you can see manas, you can see urus. You can see and then you can just look at them. You can formulate them while holding yourself in a position ritualistically as a purification. And then if any emotions come up, if that sticky karma that's encrusted in some cave of hell comes bubbling up and it's manifesting, you just stay there disciplined as can be and say, all right, let's let this happen. This stone need pass. Not going to run up, say, all right, yeah, let me back to work. No, this stone shall pass. Otherwise, I don't move. It moves. But it's taken its good old time. Like these things, 2 hours later, 3, it comes when it comes. Like you push down, imagine a spike that's been slammed down somewhere and you have like a board, you put pressure on it. It's like a flimsy board, but it's a long one with a fulcrum. And you can put one end under it and you're exerting pressure on that spike. But that spike is not going to release its grip until it's ready to release, even though you've put what you believe to be adequate pressure on it. But the thing is sort of flimsy and it's not a overly strong amount. It's just some amount, however much you can muster and put on target. But let me tell you, when one of those railroad spikes pop, out of one of those railroad ties, boy, did they sound. Boy, did they clang. I was listening to one of my previous lectures and I said, some things are worse than earthquakes, and boy, is that true. That really is. Because imagine there's an earthquake and then there's a bunch of people that don't like each other, don't have basic common values or decency, dignity, civility, or respect towards each other. Things get tight. That seems like not the best preconditions for harmonious conditions. Yes or no? Just on, basic intuitive, kind of stupid level, stupid simple level. Just if you were a practical person and you had full say in how things would be built or managed, would you do that to complicate your life unnecessarily? How would you convince yourself to do that? And then could that be delusional or perhaps a deceptive or misleading practice or group or institution or result that's all connected together and could be shut down immediately if people realized the harm they were doing in the name of goodness, for goodness sake? Could we have something like that instead? Something inspirational for a change. Something truly good like that truth can be for people who will put the scalpel to those turmeric thoughts and be forever free of them. Someone wrote in DIY, DIY. I really like that idea. Nobody built my darn chicken coop of me. And it doesn't look fancy like in the catalogs of religion. Those perfect little coops, painted shutters and everything like that, but it works just fine, and they're happy to be in there, and I'm happy to have them. And I did it myself with some scrap wood that was, because I didn't have any money. And it works just fine. And if a religion's like that, and you do have to work with what you have, and you don't start at the pearly gates, that really is the way karma works, doesn't it? I even had to use a rock. I didn't have a hammer for the nails. But it worked too. That's just because, the hammer probably got lost for inexplicable reasons, or of course you could blame somebody, but it was so much fun doing it with a rock that now you're pretty good at it. It's more comfortable. It's a sort of a zazen kind of exercise. You cherish each nail kind of thing. A little bit more focus. Oh wait, no, it wasn't a rock. It was a log that I had to carve a handle on it, so it became sort of like a big machete-looking log thing. A mallet, that's right. I had to carve myself my own darn mallet out of a log. And instead of using fine nails, I decided to use pegs. Wooden pegs that I also had to carve and use an axe to split sort of a log and then carve those down into pegs. Then use the homemade mallet. And the holes were sort of square because I did have a chisel or something like that. I had a knife. And I was able to use that or a piece of stone or like a flint chisel kind of thing that I had to invent on the fly. But I took my time doing it, and it didn't work the first couple of times, but I stuck with it. And now it's sort of like a surgical instrument for wood. It looks ridiculous, but you can do amazing things with it, which sort of defy a common, vulgar, normal or a subnormal type of person, ignorant type of person could do. And they don't know how to do basically anything with that. But that doesn't define me as a person in that particular instance. Who needs that skill anyway? Really, we want to get into some type of egoic competition with other people and their skills. It was all about the chicken coop and the journey, but it was really about the journey, wasn't it? The skill set kind of perspective to have of spiritual transformation, purity and hygiene and maintenance and self-care and compassion and understanding and things of that nature, of frequency raising on a regular basis. Just doing goofy stuff. Tennis balls, there they are flying around. They're always near. You have them in sight. See, even if you're not consciously aware of them, they're in the room, but they're having that subconscious positivity, frequency raising effect on you subconsciously. See, it's a circle too. You see, it's a sphere. It's a holy symbol. And yellow is a holy color. And where do we see that circle again? Do we see it in the sun? Do we see it in the dot in the middle of the circle with the triangle underneath? Is that how we get there with one-pointed practice? So now, I'm not a big fan of MMA, mixed martial arts, but see, the concept of mixing or developing martial arts via a synthesis of styles is the spirit of innovation, which is to say the spirit of victory, of truth. Because one style is better than the other, or it isn't. You have a theory, you think your style is better, well, maybe that's only as far as that school got, or maybe the other school looked at your school and made some type of adaptations to kick your butt. Now, look, some of those competitions are unhelpful. I don't believe that any of these skills should be used to necessarily attack other people. But once other people attack, then when does the defense not become some type of counterattack? So only in terms of that, to stop an aggression that is unwarranted or unjust or damaging and destructive, but only to that extent and not beyond that, which would be counterproductive. Understand? So, look, everybody has to make their own moral decisions. But usually we can pick a side, and usually one side is right. I hate to tell you. It's usually one side is clearly right, the other side is clearly wrong, but the other side doesn't want to admit it. Have you not experienced that in the course of your lifetime? Have you not even read any type of books where that happened? How often does that happen? Can the data scientists tell us today how many times that's happened around the world? Well, it happens on a low level, it happens at high levels. Same concept, different scale. So what can the individual do? What can the scaled system do? Well, we know what the right effort and right view are all about. But getting there means getting through a lot of bad effort or no effort and wrong views. That delusion. You think you know everything, you think you're always right, you're delusional. There's things that are being developed, there's misinformation, there's thinking something is true when it's not, it's change. Change is a big one. Last week the people were happy. I showed up yesterday. It was a fire-breathing dragon. All of a sudden I thought, what? How is this possible? Same people, they're in a completely different mood. Change fundamentally. Then the next week, it's back to the old way. They forgot about it. They figured out in between of the time that they made complete fools of themselves, that they were totally wrong. And in fact, they were very apologetic. A lot of them they were just weeping uncontrollably. And some people, they're said, had just left the place because they couldn't deal with the fallout of being so terribly wrong. Which turns out to be that they did that because they wanted to be in the limelight, or they had some self-serving kind of rationale to their actions that one could call pernicious. Right? A lot of us know what the wrong thing would be to do, all things considered. It's just sometimes we want to take advantage of a situation, but we do know it's wrong, but we do it anyway. Well, look, that's considered weakness, stupidity, a mistake, a sin. And the consequences, why do people say you shouldn't do stupid things? Why should you not be unethical? Well, it causes big problems. More problems than it solves. It's the wrong road. That's what unethical behavior points to or infers. It's unethical because it's bad. What is bad? Bad is that. What is not good? Why is it considered bad? Well, it has all these bad side effects. See, but people don't go that far. They think it's an arbitrary rule. And a lot of bad people like to invent rules that they like to present as ethic, but in fact aren't. So these things do deserve scrutiny, not just on a social level, but on an individual level. And we can only do it socially if we've got a lot of individuals that are capable of putting in that work consistently, religiously, habitually, every day, and conducting spiritual and mental hygiene, emotional hygiene. That's even a better word for it. We have all these crappy emotions locked up inside of our karma bag, squishing and stinking away, leaking away into our attitudinals. We're not emptying that bag. The emotional bag, we're not engaging in emotional hygiene. We have trapped emotions because of suppression, because of denial, because of abuse, repetitive, conditioning, attitudinal abuse. Yes. The worst of you, junkyard dogs, you're that way for very real reasons. Okay? You were beaten, you were starved, you were mistreated. That's why you're crazy. Okay? But you don't have any interest in being crazy. And neither does really any other good person. Any other good dog out there? They don't want you barking like crazy. Makes everybody else look bad. You're bringing down the heat because you can't control yourself. You can't leave good enough alone. You know, you earned $1 million and now you still aren't satisfied. How far are you going to take it until you're damn satisfied? How much more can you take to fill that hole, that existential void that you're trying to fill egoically with externals? Man, that is self-defeating. That's why the philosophers, not just religious people, were against that point of view. But we have a growth mindset kind of culture people that have been turned into torpedoes, essentially, and now they're all trying to pull off the smash and grab game in lieu of good ethics. They've adopted power politics. Just, okay, I want this, I take this. Try to stop me. Ism. Oh, you're so clever, let me do this complex kind of sabotage work on you and your unsuspecting society. Then let's compare our propagandistic misrepresentationalism in 5 years and see where you are on the decline game versus me. Kind of world globalism culture. That is just an ill will factory, isn't it? Like, just the wrong ideas, spread them around. You're going to have a lot more wrongness. People getting wrong, people feeling wrong, people being wrong. Living in a being of wrong, a micro environment of just degraded circumstances based on inhumane principles, which would also be the principle of spineless neglect, socially and individually, yeah. You're wallowing in your filth bag of repressed emotions and complex post-traumatic trauma. You're pretty much a disgusting wreck of a person, and that's why. The wonderful news is you can learn to empty that bag consistently, reliably, and simply, but you have to absolutely bring every ounce of dedication to the game. You have to understand that it is important for you to feel better and be better. As a life form, just having basic compassion for life forms, that dog that's limping, you're the type of person that's going to do that for yourself on a basic level and say, wait, stop. That dog's foot is caught with this plastic cord. I'm going to stop and address the issue, even if the dog is a little snippy because it's in pain. You see what I'm talking about? You might have to take a stick so that the dog bites the stick, that you might even have to pin it so that you can release the plastic cord so that it's finally free of its sufferings, its past traumas, its energized, misdirected trauma circling, samsara circling kind of mind. The dog has, now think about it, your id is the dog. The dog has a pain, look at it, it's biting then its leg that was injured, because that's where all the energy is, and it doesn't like that suffering. So it's see how the conscious mind, the head of the dog, is pointed to the injury, licking it, attention, 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 heal, 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 hurt, hurt, hurt. So use those directionals in yourself to intuitively find what really is bothering you. Nobody else can know. People have been sitting or laying on the psychologist's couches for years. They still don't know what's bothering them. Or they're egoically deflecting it as a defense mechanism because they feel on some basic level, fundamental, existential level, that they can't admit the truth to themselves and still survive. Okay? But that's delusional. If you're holding on to something that's causing you that much pain, look, it's that diaper, the egoic diaper, empty it. Just let it go as a playful, experimental exercise. And I'm willing to bet, even if it feels terrible, like going on a roller coaster, dropping and all that, it's not going to kill you. That's the whole point. It's not. It just feels that way. It's not going to kill you. Come on. Playing in traffic with cars, that can kill you. Okay, that's real. I would never recommend anybody do that. But just entertaining the thought that whatever egoic personality you've cooked up for yourself, or whatever little narratives and side stories you believe in, just to disbelieve them. Let them go. Whatever was holding them together in some type of nexus, narcissistically captured kind of construction of rationalizations, we're just going to let all that crap go and say, I'm not that person. I'm not letting other people define me that way. and I'm not defining myself that way. The ego wants to define that way, that we're going to let that muscle relax and not contract on anything that's unwholesome. Were you telling yourself you're a bad person? Stop doing that. Dogs don't, even if they are suffering pain, they never for a second think there's some type of defective life form or bad. Never crosses their mind. That's why we love them so much. They have the same range of emotions we do, happiness, sadness. They have the same good attributes, loyalty, right? Trustingness, companionship, compassion also. But they do it just in an unthinking way. See, human beings like to sort of try to calculate what they're doing while they're doing it. But the dog is just in the moment. It's happy, it's going to show it's happy. It's not going to say, no, I was too happy yesterday and they didn't like it, so I'm not going to be happy today. But there's also conditioning as well, So you can see we can be conditioned into thinking bad thoughts about ourselves and others. So let's just let all of that go. Let's see ourselves doing that, and then let's let that go again. And then we have some free time. And then a minute later, these thoughts return. And a minute later, we let them go. After categorizing them. Then after maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes, one good thought comes along. Oh, wait a second. That is a good thought. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Well, why didn't you think about it? You were emotionally jammed up, emotionally constipated. The good thoughts were blocked out. You only have so much capacity. Your processor was at 99% for messed up, jammed up things. Things that happened in the past, you name it. Egoic narratives, you name it. Neuroses, fears, greed, ill will, and delusion. Yeah? Some version of that. Disappointment. Wanted perfect circumstances and then your circumstance. Comparisons. Oh God. Stop. Comparison. Stop. There is only the here now. Embrace a discomfort zone. Embrace it. People just want to be comfortable. Look, that's not where life, or let's say inner spiritual transformation is done. No, that's a cocoon. That's comfort. It's good when you do need healing, when you do need solitude. No question. The bear in hibernation, leave the damn bear alone. The bear knows what it's doing. Don't go into the bear hole where the bear is resting. You see? So there's that aspect, but that can be too much. And I think that's where many postmoderns, post-industrial, or whatever you want to call where we are socioeconomically, politically today, we became overly domesticated based on the necessity of suiting the numbers of people and the amount of production and social economic arrangements that are necessary to support those numbers comfortably at the expense of perhaps individual development. And yet there shouldn't really be a conflict between those two things, because someone who is individually developed and working is not a worker that feels like they're really working. Okay, they're zazening. So that in essence, their work is also an uplifting spiritual practice. Yes, I'm doing something repetitively, but am I doing that consistently well? And how are my mind moments while I am conducting this activity? Is it a form of meditative prayer? Or is it a feeling of a lack of meaning? Because that would be life draining versus life affirming and building. Some of the strongest people I have ever met have been in factories, and I mean mentally. These were athletes of mind and body because they created the spark of meaning in themselves to be so blindingly vital and alive in some of the what otherwise could be considered austere conditions. And if you can be one of those burning torches wherever you are, who could say that you're not living with the Spirit of God? But then when we reach this point, then the dogmatic interpretationist mind wants to take over and start pointing out differences between different people's and franchises' conception of God and their dogmatism and their organizations. Look, be respectful, civilized, and dignified to all people trying to imbue their lives with meaning, with good feelings, good times, legitimately good relationships with good people. Okay, and that is a good thing. But outside of that, look, it really does depend. And look, religions change. People, the same religion isn't the same when it starts out. It's always politics when you got people together, which is why I find Theravada Buddhism so inspiring, because that is the old school. That is the old school. And it has a lot of practice in it. Because it's old school, it doesn't look fancy. Because Buddhism, when it started out, wasn't fancy. Okay, it just got fancy. But we don't gotta be fancy. In fact, it's probably better we're not. We gotta get less fancy, more practical. And this is why I recommend 28 bows for the men, and I mean face down. Some of you should have calluses on your foreheads, because that's how much you need to overcome your very powerful egos, which are, it's good. Look, ego is a muscle. It's good to have a good muscle like that, but too much. See, you guys are stuck. That you've been flexing that muscle so hard, it's cramped. Your hand is cramped. It's not flexible. It's not supple, right? The nails aren't perfectly trimmed, and perhaps, any wounds or scratches or what, all of that is taken very seriously because you work with your hands, okay? But not in such a way that you're injuring your hands, but maybe occasionally it happens, but perhaps your hands are quite fine, like piano playing finger hands, huh? So, look, we cannot be all people, all things to all people, but to ourselves we should try to be, and be sincere about it. Are you feeling like crap? If so, take that seriously. Don't neglect yourself. What? Neglect all those other things that are having you neglect yourself, and use that time to not do that, and then come back to the game. Do a break and a rethink and a reformation. So, right, break the huddle and do that. To come up with a different plan for yourself. Get back to the bench. You know, that's it. You're overplayed. You need to just hit the bench and think things over for a long while, and not get back into the game until you've come up with a better reapproach without greed, ill will, or delusion. Okay? But it's so natural, normal, common, and vulgar to have a lot of cravings. And it's also natural and normal not to have them satiated, which is why the Buddha said, dissatisfaction, yeah, that's the biggest damn problem we have. How much where's your dissatisfaction meter right now? Take that seriously. That's what self-awareness is about. Look at your dissatisfaction gauge and realize that's really what life is all about. You're dissatisfied. Stop the car, get out and refuel. Okay? You're doing things wrong. You're in some type of circle of diminishing returns, and you only have so much time left to live. But people out here, they have no problems, but they're inventing problems or experiencing suffering because they haven't gone that deep, confronted themselves, smashed the ego, crushed it, annihilated it consistently, so that all of the goodness, the directed, curated goodness, that means I'm not thinking about that right now. No. I'm going to think about this right now instead. For example, taking a deep breath. Because I got all this space right now. How much time did I give myself? That's right, 15 minutes. I'm not thinking about nothing right now. I have to just reboot. And that right there could be a lifesaver. See, that the common advice, hey, take a breather or take a deep breath, that's usually said in the wrong moment, right, which isn't skillful. But you see how immediate people are trying to de-escalate the system? Well, you need to de-escalate your system. So if you're not working with people and you can take 15 minutes, and that's what you should do. Roll out that beach towel somewhere where you can do it, where you have the space. That you don't need big space, wherever your 1 meter monastery or nunnery. Roll that thing out, head down, knees on the ground, and put a watch or a timer if you want to time yourself. 15 minutes, that's it. It's lights out. It's curation time. It's dropping time, and then it's curation time. And it's going to be drop, 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 drop. This is going to come up, drop it, drop it, drop it. You've timed this session. And then stillness. Then breath. Redirection to health and compassion. You're not returning to any type of egoic injury or attachments or cravings or comparisons. It's just a free space. It's sunyata time. Like that. And you release the muscle. Because we get muscled up like that. We get caught up like that. We get cramped. Our minds cramp on things. That's why people get worked up. They can't let it go. Well, what's a skill? That's right. Letting stuff go, any type of stuff. Especially the petty stuff. All of it's petty, really. There's very few things people should get worked up about, and even then they shouldn't get worked up about it. See what I'm talking about? That's when you've reached a real level of mastery. But people need to start off small and practical and real. Because only reality brings sincerity to the practice. That's it. You have to energize that reality. Like here, put your hands together, rub them together for 30 seconds. Real fast. See that energy? Yeah, you have to generate that energy in your practice to make it energetically sincere. That's prana, chi, right? So that's a psychological power that pulls from the electromagnetic spheres around us, our auras. We're able to pull that in as a biomechanical machine. So that's why disruptions in the universe, like amongst divisionals, that has a profound negative psychological impact on us, or at least we interpret it to be negative, but in fact it's the causic or acidic elements that can be directed for self-transformation in a karma burning process. But if you're a rational person, like Jung was captured as, then you feel like you're being undermined. Because you are, because your personality, your way of thinking is out of alignment with how human beings are compassionate with themselves. So, yeah, rationalization leads to a loop. So they loop themselves. But it's really a way of looking at the world that they shouldn't have adopted in the first place if they were truly smart, but they sort of were just smart to a counterproductive degree, to the point that they lost themselves and the meaning of what they were setting out to do, which was to have or develop a simple practice that doesn't get lost off in the bushes in these complex investigations into what is essentially just suffering, right? Dissatisfaction territory. We can just circle that. This is all this world here, this 5 sense realms, dissatisfying. We can do that. But we, right, our non-selves, we can take directionality, optionality, 5 precepts, Eightfold Path, and plug and play, and bing bang boom. We've just given ourselves all these psychological tools that we can use to create the wholesomeness of our mind, the garden of our mind, the produce of our mind, the fruits of our mind that we eat ourselves, these wonderfully overripe mangoes. Oh, such own cultivation, or cultivation of knowing where they are to find them at this time. And because there's nobody around, because this is the sort of city dump area in the 6th century BC, that it doesn't really matter where the other people are, is it? In fact, it's quite a conducive relationship, just the way things are, which are quite separate and far away from each other, and nobody's telling the other person they need to be doing this and that. They're just manifesting reality in 2 different ways that do not conflict with each other at all. It's no fight and it's no blame. It's nowhere, because it's here. You took it with you. You take it with you where you are. There, this condition, this form, this condition, this form, that condition, forms and conditions, and randomness. Last night, you wouldn't believe it, this big meteor just came hurtling out of the sky. Just this big old ball of flame, just flying, just complete randomness, right? Maybe not so randomness. And then smashed into the side of the mountain and like blew off into fragments that were glowing. It looked like a rocket strike. So that's the way these types of meaningful perspectives into practical, psychological, spiritual, religious practice can have for practitioners. The intention is that things will be better for you if you practice it. If you're practicing wrong, you will have the fruits of that. You know what, the mangoes, they didn't ripen this year. There was a strange occurrence, and this enormous column of clouds came and hailstones the size of grapefruits came down and shredded all the damn trees. And then they melted, and there's this steam and mist. Just this gigantic ice. It looked like somebody tipped over a bucket of snow. Just melted then, and when the sun came back out, and then just you can see the letter S as the sun just blazes through and smokes the hailstones as they, you see the letter I and the N. And then this water just starts dripping and pouring out of the pot, just the purest of heavenly ethers. And there you see the other symbols, right? The L. Get it flowing. Get it? That is the type of water element that humans drink. But see, it had to have the solar element mixed with it first before it became drinkable. And that's where we get to the Mercury symbol. See that H with the T. Elixir. Well, I would say that's more the spirit of the entirety of intelligence or logos. So that's really getting close, isn't it, to meaning and wisdom? I think that was their theory. But of course, claiming to have all knowledge is really beyond all human comprehension. But you've gotten that close to the meaning of the word that it's not that far from you. It might actually, oh look, my pouch, it's open there, it's in there. I have that little symbol. And so, yeah, all people can benefit from that and transform and become the true creatures of God that we were all intended. Wish all living life forms well. All of them. Think something out for you. Think of your favorite animal and wish all of them in the entire world. Really, truly, sincerely, the best. And then wish yourself well. You're one of those. You're an animal too. Wish yourself well. Don't feel bad doing it. It will not turn you into a hippie overnight. And the hippies, the original ones, a lot of them were misguided. We're not talking about that. A lot of them went down the wrong roads, right? Religion is about avoiding those things, but embracing the gifts of a purification process, which is good health, mental health. You don't got to drown your sorrows. You get rid of your sorrows. And then you drink elixir and mixed with the purest of spring waters. And you're in perfect condition, mentally and physically instead. Because of your skillful practice, which is simple, accessible, but repetitive and consistent and determined. It's not perfect. Nope. No, sir. Some days it don't work. Some days, especially in the beginning, a week could go by and you'll wake up and be like, whoa, wait, where was I again? I got hijacked, right? Odysseus, the nymphs. I was stuck on the island of nymphs when all those stone men should have scared me off. Men turned into stone just standing around. You ever hit an island like that? Beach? You hit a beach at night like that. And there's man-sized stones in the dark, just standing around, with gnarled face like. See, I gotta direct my own movie one of these days, but maybe one of you guys can do it. Like scary stones, you know? Sort of ominous. And to not heed that, you're just thinking, I hit a beach. These stones are sort of odd, but I'm going to continue on. I'm going to carry on to where even the angel feared to tread. Where do we know that statement from? These places exist here in purgatory. But purgatory is not true hell unless you make it one. So there's heaven and hell in this concept, and hell is a place to stay the hell away from. And this is the tricky part. The devil, he's a trickster, low-key. He thinks it's funny when you mess up. But see, a lot of you suckers hate him, but what he's trying to do is teach you to be a better person. If you will transform yourself based on the cosmic sufferings you must endure for committing what is essentially bad behavior, because it is. Okay, what is the consequence of bad behavior? Yeah, bad mind moments, neuroses, anxiety, paranoia. How many other unwholesome things, ways of thinking have these damn psychologists categorized up until this point? All those things can be eliminated with a simple practice that includes spiritual hygiene, emotional bag dumping, hygienic procedures, dumping, emotional dumping within crucibles that are self-DIY, accessible all the time. I cannot express in words, in fact it's become my regular practice, how many times in the middle of the damn night, instead of just waking up and then like, oh, I don't want to think about the things that are bothering me, I'm just going to look at my phone, kind of degenerate practice, to I don't look at my phone at all. And I get down on my knees and head and take the bowing position and begin a meditation session that might carry on. It's sort of like a half sleep session. 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes. Maybe that night is half one way, half the other way, just because of the circumstances. Not the physical circumstances, because of course, you know, how can you describe things that were blown up and incinerated on a scale that defies normal comprehension? But psychologically, there's some type of perhaps corresponding trauma that required that type of attention to the scope of it, that really didn't need some type of timeline to limit the healing process, because the enormity of it would rather suggest to a not so enthusiastic patient that the task would be impossible without the tools that I've just outlined in this dissertation. But I guess you could call it a lecture, a story, or a comedy routine, because that's another thing I keep doing, is we need to stop resonating and returning our minds to pathologies, because they have a sticky, stinky aspect to them. Every time we're contemplating them in any way, shape, or form, they're somehow, by osmosis, in our vicinity. So I like the wholesome, unwholesome, and then I like just on an instinctive level, reconnecting with the instincts. Like if something smells bad, I don't need to know anything more than that. And I don't need to get real close to smell it, you see, before I can start taking right action, right effort, and also right view. Oh, I didn't think that stung. It stinks. That's now bad, right? It's gone bad. And trusting that implicitly. Being compassionate with yourself as a life form. You don't want bad things for yourself and others, so use your senses for that. But certainly disengage your attention and feelings and emotions from bad things in this world, or things that are inappropriate. Not around you, who cares? Is it your problem? No? Okay, then stop thinking about it. Stop engaging with it on an emotional level. Did it happen in the past? Not your damn problem, that's it. And just put it, you have a stamp, not my problem. Something comes in and you look, where did it come from? Sender, passed. You just pull out the stamp, you don't even read it. Just throw it to the I don't give a damn pile. Or the bin, there you go. And then you set up, after doing that for a while manually, you just set up some type of chutes so that automatically it's stamped. The scanner identifies it and then it flips it to the bin without you have to even be there. That's wholesome practice, according to the Buddha. So don't believe me on this one. I'm not taking the rap on this crazy idea that the past doesn't exist, except in our minds, and only the way we see it, which might be delusional and usually is, because the past is delusional. Even according to materialists. Because we're talking about psychological perceptions based on limited information, and attitudinals, and politics, and the five sense realms. Who sees it this way, who sees it that way, and what is the real takeaway? That's up to philosophers and really high-level, ethical, analytical, accomplished, in sometimes spectacular ways and sometimes very disappointing ways. Sophistry is not just a word, it's a practice. Right? Rhetoric is not just a word, it's a practice. And those two things are really degenerative. Although you can win, you can score points with them. It's only later that it falls apart because that's not an adequate substitute for sound strategies. But then we're getting back into that certainly has a lot of worldly implications. Again, confirming that ethics are not just good because people say so, they're really objectively good when people have them and express them and manifest them socially. But, of course, that should not conflict with just good instincts on an animal level. For example, people do not want to live amongst radically different people, and they don't want to be stamped into some type of new form of people that don't like each other anyway. Which is why people who are like each other usually live amongst each other, and people that come to visit them act respectably and then go, or don't, but there's no problem because they know why they're there and the other people do too, and if they don't care enough, then there's not a problem. But look how people can complicate the simplicity of that if they want to. If they see some type of advantage of jamming up other people from abroad, using insiders to do that. I mean, it's not beyond the pale of plausibility, is it? At this point, with these people, I think you'd have to be pretty damn naive not to assume that that is indeed the truth of what happened and is happening, still in play. So you need to keep your peepers about your people. So disengage from a lot of these things and bad practices and re-engage with purifying practices. This is like a water filter. If you go hiking, it's one of these little handheld water filters. So it's got like a pump, and you can you just hook it up, and then you pull it out of your backpack, and you can just pump it, extract the water, and it takes all the impurities out of your life. It's real quick, but it's an extra step. Can't not do that to not have purified water. But you see, triathletes like myself that go on extreme marathons through life, we appreciate purified water very much, because then we don't get sick and die. But just because it's good for triathletes does not mean it's not good for any type of person who should be compassionate enough with themselves to do that. Water is good, yes. Impurities are not. So purify your life of your impurities. And if you have a lot, you need to do a lot more, because it could be coming from past lives or the cosmos or the collective unconscious as a divisional being in an electromagnetic universe. Okay? So don't personalize it, don't egotize it. Don't go the neurotic route, the rational route. Neurotic rationalizations or neurotic rationalizers. That's how we could also define the 20th century as. But stay out of that trap. We know where that's going. That's heading towards nihilism. That's heading towards a preference for the 5 sense realms to the exclusion of all of this richness that the individual could otherwise have. Not to the exclusion of the world, but with a congruency with it, at least the acknowledgement of the preeminence of the spiritual, lived, manifested, experienced side of life. Yes, that's quality of life, not some materialist metric. It's psychological quality of life. So boost it. Raise your economy. It's your job. You are the president of your own republic. Right inside your heart and mind. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's right. So be a pure vessel for the Holy Spirit, so that you be a good representation of the godly principle, which is to live well, to do good things, and to experience all the benefits of what is truly good. And as a footnote, why is psychoanalysis degraded into more or less neurotic me-ism? You became captured in your own defilements and would not release that from yourself because you were still overly infatuated with the self and not shedding the self or crushing, smashing, or transforming the self, purifying the self via transformation by not becoming encrusted in crusty, busty, misguided ways of thinking, acting, speaking, etc. Living, oh. And the great thing about transformation is you can move in your mind even if you stay in the same place. So you were in the same apartment, but because you went through, let's say, 1,000 spiritual iterations where you released all the karma from your previous lives, potentially, the person that went into the place is not the person that comes out of the place, right? The person who goes into the 1 meter monastery is not the same person that comes out, or at least of one iteration of that monastery. because it's the transformational process, which is integral as a vehicle, as a component of the vehicle of life, through life, that is the essential part of their lives, because it's a transformational journey and path and not some other frame that is inappropriate for the individual, that maybe have imposed or conditioned into them by social forces that may or may not have been misguided to this or that degree, either based on intentional malfeasance for political reasons, or just dumb ignorance, or people trying to hog venues and play games on how they spin things, distort things, misrepresent things, malign things, dismiss things. Because we certainly have a lot of that going on. Which is why good words, good thoughts, good deeds really do fit together very well in wholesome practice that is anything like that. That is not engaging with people on some type of base, vile, adversarial, adversary kind of way. What? What type of dog food is that? Those are some slim pickings, aren't they? So who's going to stoop to that level of like insulting people? That wouldn't be virtuous. What part of politeness is or skill is insult? I forgot that part when I was reading the book about it. Insult people. Then the last sentence was, "Oh, be sure to insult people every chance you get." In dramatic and poignant ways, privately and publicly. What? Leave that part out. That somebody had that printed at the end. That's not the part you should follow. That's a complete contradiction to good practice. See? So don't turn off your navigation system. Strange things happen down here in purgatory. So yeah, deception is a big part of this world. Why did we want that horrible person who took our heart and chopped it up into little pieces and smashed it and burned it and threw it away? Well, we thought we really, really, really loved and desired that person because that was a total and utter delusion. Deception. They played the part too. For a while. So, if you haven't been on that ride, I don't suggest you get on it, but that might be in your life's journey, and it's your job to karma burn yourself out of those 8 of Swords. Okay? Because that 8 of Swords situation, that's where a lot of people live. And it's really no way to live. You have to walk your way out, step by step. Because with this practice, you will get there. Just look. Where's the North Star? See the arrow pointing up? Yeah. You know where you're going. Just keep walking. One step at a time. We don't get there any faster. We don't need to get there any faster. It's just one step at a time, one day at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 hour at a time, 1 breath at a time. Because there's only 2 minutes to go, so get started now and don't look back. That 5 cents round looks juicy, no doubt. Doesn't taste so good either. And did I forget to tell you, poison is in that stuff sometimes. And that stuff can't kill you. Just slow and hard and in strange ways. So Get a grip on this stuff out there, brothers and sisters. Life forms on this planet, 2-foot kind of machines that you are, dog-like, Dionysus-like, right, Diogenes-like beings that can be playful, experimental, and happy and well-kept and maintained by themselves if they put in the skill and effort and determination and good sense to do so in a efficacious, impactful, overflowing with sincerity and electricity and real energy to make those breakthroughs, those urus breakthroughs into those higher frequencies of heavens that really all of God's children do deserve to experience in this life and in the next. People make mistakes. Get over it. Get over other people making mistakes. Okay? All this karma, it's all individual. How you do deal with that. If you use that for productive, burn fuel, transformational fuel, you're doing it skillfully. If you're using it, again, your emotional colostomy bag to rot with that and make it the focus, your egoically captured focus of your psychoanalytic practice, don't be surprised that you don't get the results that I'm talking about, which is just throwing the crap out on a regular basis and not fetishizing it. Because that's an aversionary attachment. It's a very grotesque one. I can excuse people that are attached to beautiful things that are deceptive, but you're deceived by ugliness and pathology that you're obsessed with or obsessing over and not just dumping it without a second thought, without a care, because there's no egoic attachment. It doesn't feel like it's an existential attack because there's no, the ego crushing process is also part of the practice. 28 bows, men, women, 28 times 2. They're tough like that. Built to last. And they need that too. That's why. They got all these energies, that's what they need to devote it to. They need to double the efforts to be good. And yeah, if you're not, then guess who pays for that? Well, they do. So who cares? You know, if God tells them to be religious, they don't do it. They're damning themselves. That's it. It's not. Don't bring God into the equation. He told them what's what. Whose business is it what they do? His business what they do? What? Did I read that rule somewhere? This is how they want to do things. This is how they want to see things. Who's at fault? The man's at fault. Their life's messed up. Well, why is their life messed up? Let's get into the detail. Oh, their story doesn't check out? Whose fault is it again? It's their own damn fault. That's whose fault it is. So who's suffering? I guess they are. Look at them crying their eyes out. They got their little fists pounding them on the floor, hands and feet. Didn't get what they wanted. So look, that's normal, it's natural. You can see that as endearing in a little child. It's endearing. A grown-ass adult, not so much. But see, that's the problem. People are not developing emotional. They're captured in infantile, narcissistic, sadistic phases of development. And then they're captured and don't develop. In fact, they manifest those traits more as they become what they think more powerful or emboldened or free to express themselves the way they are predispositioned to see things because they've adopted those two hellishly deceptive and sort of grotesque human attributes. Like you could think of like the defilements. You could grow your fingernails long, right? Some people do this, right? They're attached to every little piece of their body in some type of narcissistic capture, egoic capture. They can't part with any little precious parcel of themselves. That's how over-attached they are to themselves. So their fingernails grow and their hair grows. They don't cut anything off. They're too special. So that's essentially what we have. We got like tumbleweeds of human psychology encapsulated in defilements they feel is too special to part with, dictating over distributive mechanisms via political capture. So, things can happen of that nature on a psychological, sociological, socioeconomic, political. But if they were to put in the time and take care of their personal hygiene, they could potentially pop themselves out of that type of encapsulation if they adopt a progressive, evolutionary, transformational, alchemical, non-dogmatic, Buddhist centered, Christian friendly, just sort of everybody in Western civilization are people that want to do things sort of in a civilized, ethical kind of way. And that's not really all that bad company, is it? I mean, it's different. It takes some getting used to seeing things from a detached point of view. But it's something that one can get used to in a pleasant way because it does have very civilizing results in that people are not fighting about any old thing for any old reason or want any old thing for any old reason. And on and on and on as far as the defilements go. And so one can live together in peace and then look at all that community, all those well-meaning people that don't want to harm even the smallest of insects because they're so hypersensitive to karmic causalities. Okay? And to live manifestations of the automatic way of doing things that have been wholesomely curated and have not been overly inclusive of just any old damn thing. 5 precepts is a prerequisite. Just forget everything else I say. Just really that's the beginning. But that will manifest itself in your practice individually depending on how messed up you are at the outset. You're hitting a bottle of vodka a day. I hate to tell you that one precept, that one might just be the one that stops your practice from being meaningful because it's not possible to do both. Okay, and you could go all the way down the precepts why they make a lot of sense, even though they don't appear to, which makes them, per definition, supernormal. You want to have supernormal psychology, then you need to do supernormal things. You need to have a supernormal practice that is sincere, realistic, and something that does happen and isn't just something you say you do. And when it happens, it's impactful. It's meaningful because you make it meaningful. You bring your game face to what other people think is something ridiculous or unnecessary or unwise. You've overcome all of those challenges. And when you practice, even for 5 minutes, your practice, it's game day. It's game day every day, every time your practice. If God were to show up and look at you during your practice, in fact, maybe he's standing right now, looking at you, watching your practice. If it's sincere, and you feel it sincere, it's really sincere, there's no lying in you left, no attachment left to any old rationality or rational attachment or rational loop. It's all gone. You have put nothing between you and him at all. Not even the slightest of film. The slightest of hesitations or doubt. Pure transference of divine, celestial, cosmic, deep space, mystery and beauty and magic. You can dwell there for just 5 minutes. Maybe that 5 minutes turns into a longer time. You're not really keeping track of time unless you are. And you can purify the entire spirit, the entire world, your entire electromagnetic universe, and start sending up that positive energy, that inspiration, that enthusiasm, that vitality, that rigor. Raise that frequency from within. Learn to do that over and over again. Always bringing the party, to the point of contact where you are. Urus it through any type of barriers that are keeping you from that. Don't deny yourself that. Don't disconnect yourself from that. Don't question that. That's something you can fully commit to. This is the principle of goodness in the universe. The principle of God. So devote yourself, be devoted. Prayerful meditation sometimes doesn't bring it. Practice is better. I like the triathlete metaphor. I like that a lot. See, me, I'm ripped, okay? But I think everybody can do this and everyone can benefit even from the extremist amongst us. That's how things work. Let this be transformational for you. You have to burn it off. You have to bite it off. You have to stab it off. You have to troll it, knock it out. That's your demon, right? That's your karma. Now my karma, it's still in play. Still in play. Flies in without me even looking. It comes out, pow, just like that. And then it's game time again. Here it is. Round 455,000. Ding, 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 it's on. That's it, and that's the way life is too. This realm, this is, purgatory. Just change your point of view. Got heaven above and hell below. So, there you already see the cross, right? Now this, do a reboot. Get rid of that ego. Get into that practice. Make it real. Do these purification rituals as much and as hard as you need. And if you need a lot, don't be ashamed. It's just the way it's got to be in your case. Everybody's case is different. And rest assured, everybody is having problems here. And some people are skillful with them and others are not. Some are going up, others are going down. So do determine to go up. This is the basic human compassionate principle. Compassionate for yourself. Go up. And if you never get there, at least you get up a little bit more. You don't just throw yourself down into the dumps of despair and abject, pathetic, self-harming behaviors that are nothing more than unskillful and easily avoidable if you just determine to do that in a simplistic, holistic, impactful way. Make that your religion. But coming back to the point, but humans are not gods. This is sort of something that we need to clarify. You can manifest godly principles, but you are not God, obviously. If you were God, you could just snap your fingers and you'd be in another part of the multiverse like that. But you're not. You're here. This is your purgatory. This is your waking dream. But you do have optionality, which is to say you can pick wholesome or unwholesome, skillful or unskillful. And that is up to you. Everyone has the ability and the freedom to choose. And that choice is definitive and in many ways irreversible, but I'm saying that my favorite component is the redemption module, which means you can make all different types of mistakes, and then you can plug into the redemption module, and you're going to go through purification processes, and you're going to use it for transformation. You're going to use it to enrich you. And you're going to think of it like, camping fuel, something like that. Yeah, don't drink it, it's going to burn you. But when you want to heat something up, you want to do a karma burn, wow, that stuff is very potent. You just need to get the spark of the practice from the Pharaoh rod started and endure the process. That cooking process, it's hot. It's sizzling. Things are popping. Okay, that karma is burning. That is not a joke. That's real pain. That's that suppressed pain. You put it away. Now you're taking it out and you're burning it off. Don't need that junk. Don't need that junk. But there's a price to be paid. The price is the pain. Yeah, that pain, you thought you got away with it. You didn't. You got to get rid of it. You got to burn it. That's the trash you're dealing with. Your trash is not my trash. You got special trash. And trash coming from places you don't even know. You don't need to know. The thinking mind will not get there. In fact, the thinking mind will get attached to aversions that way. Psychological aversion. They're sticky, they're compelling. That's why we deal with them, but we need to let them go and clean our minds out instead. And when they come back, we let it go again. Get stuck on, we pick it off again. Sometimes there's little flakes from that burr. You got to go in fine-tune and pick each and little speck of it off before it's all gone. Otherwise, it'll leave a stain, a spot, flakes, thorns that will be bothering you, whether you want to admit that or not. It's optimally influencing your attitudinals. Why are you depressed today when you don't have to be? Well, that's why you're constipated. You're jammed up down there. Okay? You're suppressing something. You're in denial about something. You're egoically averse to some type of criticism that might be true, but you don't want to accept it because it hurts. You think yourself, which is delusional. So you see, it's a lot of things at once, and so a lot of times just slowing down and saying, I'm giving myself time, I'm not distracting myself with anything else, I'm devoting this time, I'm bringing sincerity to the game, I'm raising the energy, the frequency. I do see a benefit in this. Because it's only beneficial if it's real and repetitive and determined and authentic. And when it is, it gets real results. When it isn't, it doesn't. When it's skillful, it does. When it's unskillful, it doesn't. But you're going to be confronted with very complex things that you can only intuitively sort out. So you need to bring patience and compassion to the game. So if you don't have those, there's ways of developing that. Like I said, imagining or wishing all living beings well, that's called mudita. That is a good practice. increases compassion levels. That's part of the alchemical formula. You need to bring compassion to cool things down, or just to nourish the flame somehow. Or nourish yourself while the burning is going on. You're like, the compassion is the cold compress on your forehead. Otherwise, it could be too painful, you see. You need to bring that compassion. Right, there's no pain. In a certain sense, no pain, no gain is true in this instance, but the pain is too painful without compassion. So you absolutely have to have compassion to yourself for a karma burn. Compassionate people can endure and survive karma burns in a good way. They can heal, whereas people who aren't compassionate don't. That's a very vital piece of information to know. That's why it's necessary. It's a necessary ingredient to the healing process. It seems so clear now. It's pretty intuitive on a certain level, but for certain unskillful people that might not be aware how unskillful they are, they might have totally overlooked that part. So, and then awareness versus ignorance. Awareness is that these things are in play and very important, and you need to put in the appropriate amount of work for them to work, and all of these factors so that it works. But if you're ignorant of all of these things, you're never going to get started in the first place, and if you do start, you're probably going to fail, and then you're going to give up and gravitate towards easier solutions like taking drugs, disassociating, more denial, more deflection, more rationalization, all the way down all those little rat holes of places that people go that don't feel like they're skillful enough to adopt a skillful practice. And that's very sad. That's very sad. That is pretty depressing, because they got so close, but just not far enough. Not in this life anyway, maybe next life. But maybe not. Like I said, there are worse places than purgatory. Okay. Or this place. Purgatory depends on how you understand that term. Of course, there's other theologians that have other theories regarding that, but I find it sort of helpful in a way to shift your perspective on this dimension as not being as bright-sided as you might be, as far as its potentiality and the influence exerted by the parties here, which are not always divinely inspired, right? Although on a certain level it is, if you realize that God does allow the devil to have a certain amount of influence in this realm. You see? For the purpose of transformation, which is your responsibility. You had terrible trauma, you lost hundreds of people. Well, guess what? There's people all around the world doing the same thing. How do you transform under those circumstances is up to you. And this way is the skillful way. And there are other ways that are skillful, but there are also unskillful ways. That's about all that this is about, which isn't about much other than people are suffering less, are less dissatisfied, leading less dissatisfying lives and more meaningful lives, better lives, more compassionate lives, lives full of joy, happiness, harmony. Men and women are different, great. They can live apart and they can live together, and they can live harmoniously that way without acrimony, accusations, expectations, demands, requirements, misunderstandings, misapprehensions, and all that jazz that do negatively impact harmony in relationships between different thinking, feeling, working, socially interacting parties that need not be at odds with each other if they don't want to be. And why should they? Is it wise to cause fights where it's easy to cause fights if you take on the wrong ideologies or ways of looking at the world and your role in it? Especially if you have an ego problem that you associate with identity politics and solipsism and a couple of other bad traits that civilized society really can't tolerate to be called good, not for men and children, which are the two legs of the civilizational stool, but a solipsist, egoically captured ideologue, zealot, with narcissistic and sadistic tendencies, they won't see that. See no point in that side of the argument. So add a little schemerism to it, and then you start getting these socialization deformations and falling apart for no understandable reason, because they've dogmatically limited themselves to parameters that suit their own egoic capture narratives. So, yeah, being good is good for everyone, even bad people. Because by not interacting with them, you're really not aggravating them either. Unless they're total control freaks and they gotta be everywhere, micromanaging people, as sadists are apt to do if they can do it, if they can pull it off, if they've got the power to impose their totalitarian tyranny of imbecility and sadism on other people. But that's not where good times are found. In fact, it's a suppression and a running off or out of places, people that are of healthy and sound mind of mind and body. So would that have predictable results if you were dealing with someone who had a good grasp of good principles? Well, obviously not, but then you know what we're dealing with here. Some version of that. Ambassadors of that versus the divine ambassadors that have a divine, harmonious, pure way of being and manifesting. So, as above, so below, and as below, so above. You can have heavenly conditions or close to heavenly condition here, should you manifest these heavenly principles. And the power that you manifest them individually or socially is to the extent that your societies will flourish or fail based on your ethical principles, ethical practice, good religion, religious principles versus bad ones, no matter how they're branded or how they're packaged or delivered. Finally, it is the individual practitioner that can be skillful on a skillful path or unskillful on an unskillful path. And all of the common causality associated with that. So in terms of an explanation, that should be more than enough. In fact, I know people's minds out there. I'm looking out there, someone's just staring their mouth open like, this is why you got to listen to this again and again and again. Because it is too dense. But it is there. Now, how far you will grasp it, it's up to you. And then at the level of your karma, it might just be too much to take. And sometimes it will. In fact, when I started, I just didn't have the compassion part. I didn't have the compassion for others And because I didn't have compassion for myself. So breaking out of that was, wow, was that difficult? That was really hard. Because you're starting off in the desert and you're looking for you're collecting beads of dew. But you're sticking with it. And then finally you're digging with your hands, like your bare hands, you're digging down. And then you discover just intuitively, hey, this is damp, right? By crawling around through the thorn bushes for a while. Equivalent kind of, sort of half ignorant, half egoically captured practice. Until finally, hey, look, there's some water. And then I could get cupfuls of it at a time. Until then, carve a little wooden bowl, and step by step, the practice became more efficient, more compact, more compelling, more enlivening, more purifying, more dynamic, more adaptable, more flexible, more nibbana. Just sitting right here, right now, this is fine. I've arrived, you've arrived. We're giving ourselves 15 minutes. Everybody has arrived at the same time. Sending that positive energy up instead of all these complaints, screams, shouts, outrages, tears. Although if that's what it takes, let that energy burn off. It's just if there's too many people doing that all at once, then it's probably time to change some type of policy. Time to start taking things seriously. God's children were not put on this earth to be punished unnecessarily. They were meant to inherit the divine kingdom. So people work on increasing happiness. There's so many people out there trying to wreck people's day. Don't be one of those. Try to spread the joy around by imbibing in joy yourself. And creating it out of nothing, because a lot of times that's what we feel like we have, and a lot of times we have less than nothing. We have every reason not to be that way. But because of our supernormal practice, some people say it's crazy. We aren't that way. But they just think we're crazy. They're crazy for not taking their spiritual dimension as profoundly seriously as it really does deserve if you're a compassionate living creature, which I really hope you are, and if you're not, get that way. But doing these practices because it's skillful, wholesome, and good, finally. Not just for yourself, but for everyone. Thank you. Sapphires, you want to talk about the god of the sea? You want to talk about his eye represented as a sapphire? The immensity of that kind of significant, symbolic, holy power on this earth, and you gaze deeply into this stone, which is heavenly, that has magic beyond everything anyone, even in the vicinity, the vibrational aspect, the energetic, electromagnetic field around it can already change things without even people knowing it's happening. And you're gazing into the stone, and everything disappears. Your mind is clear. It has that purifying aura to it. It can heal illnesses, neuroses. If you even place it in the vicinity of sick people, they become healed without even knowing why. Because of the energetic, electromagnetic, holy power emanating from such a mysterious, deep, ponderous stone. That type of stone is placed in the Sugha of the Leviathan. But that's just one. Look at how many are there. So many ponderous stones. So magical. So powerful. Just surrounding, it's just normalcy. For dragon slayers. That's how they live. That's how they're rewarded. That frequency, that vibrancy, that passion, that purity, that positive energy, it's intoxicating. It's bedazzling, it's sparkling. It's life renewing. But you have to release and place that energy where it belongs. And not be captured by the worldly dragon. These 5 sense realms, look, they are beguiling. They're supposed to be. That's the role they play. But for God-fearing holy people of all places, for God's sake, please have compassion. Please have compassion for yourselves and others. This is the holy path. That sapphire, it hasn't been presented to me on a gold tablet yet, but I already know that it is there. And it's not just that one stone, it's all of them that belong to the richest people on earth. Another footnote on Vodanas. Vod means like rage or fury, and Anas, master of fury, or how about this, master of the passions. Vod, passions, Nas, master of passions. Vodanas. Someone who's mastered their passions, doesn't that sound sort of stoic to you? Or Buddhist? See, instead of getting into the berserker rage kind of imagery that a lot of strange people are obsessed with and thought that they could fetishize the whole franchise with, because of course there's not a lot of surviving documents, because it was mostly an orally transmitted tradition to tribes that, again, because of political reasons, died out or were discontinued, and so you had just fragments of some of the expressions of some of the teachings by some of the practitioners that were either skillful or not. Just like in any school where there's not like a uniform kind of education and people apply it differently. Everyone has learned, if you're listening to this, you've all learned English. But what if we were to do a test after one of these lectures or dissertations or explanations? We could do a reading comprehension test, and just like in school, because let's say 100 million of you listen to this, maybe only 1,000 got it the way it was intended, and then you're going to have 1,000 that didn't even know. I mean, they'll think they heard what I said. In fact, they will say that they heard what I said, but actually they got it completely wrong. So This is just the nature of the beast, right? Oral transmissions, we're talking 9,500 years here, folks. We're talking about Genghis Khan mixed up in the bunch, the fall of different empires, kingdoms, no data storage, creating papyrus rolls, inadequate materials. Now, what did survive? Yeah, the stone inscriptions. They survive. Take note. But there's not really all that many of them. There are enough to piece together the runic system. And some of the meanings that are recorded in these fragments, but it takes a synthesis to come back to some reasonable conclusions, especially based on the cultural distortions and misperceptions of modern practitioners that have taken it in a somewhat of a fetishistic way, and also sort of a left-handed way, right? People associate war with like evil and power, and so it has these types of weirdos that think they're more understanding of Vodanas, their understanding of it, than perhaps the real understanding it. Someone, a master of human passions, a Manas-like figure, right? A Trismegistic, Hermes-type figure, more than, but of course a multi-dimensional, multi-personal and personality kind of fragmented, but however interrelated divinity, totality of an all-father kind of interconnectedness that sort of does defy human understanding, like the one-track, just war god type of mind. See, here's another thing. Maybe the warriors, right, that are writing the runes on their weapons and stuff, just like soldiers today, they had different reasons at the time they were going to war, and so they were calling on the, let's say, God of gods to manifest themselves more in something that was suitable to what they were engaged in at that time. Just like if they were engaging in agriculture, they probably would have had more iconography or symbolism. Whereas on swords, you're going to have more of the warlike aspect of the god's personality. But a master of passions, we seem to think of that, at least in religious terms or Buddhist terms, as releasing the unwholesome or not pursuing those. That's what a master would do, and pursuing the wholesome ones instead. Making your life magical, like magically, enthusiastically, psychologically, and manifested in a positive, life-affirming, life-deepening, holistic, total kind of way. All nature, all Father, right? Bountiful, good. But, of course, if you're a steward of the paradisical garden, this purgatory-like paradisical garden, then that does mean perhaps hacking down brambles and doing some reorganization so that the garden is maintained. But in that capacity, when you pull out the machete to cut the brambles, you're the war god Odin. You're warring against the brambles. There you go. Warring against bad people. Yeah, bad people exist. Come on, we know this. People that are not in control of their better, higher senses, that are just driven to take things that don't belong to them, that's not good. Why would a good God think that's a good thing? So fighting back against evil, that's an attribute of a good God, not a bad one. But of course, there's different stories. There's two sides to every coin. People outside of a belief system might not see it that way if they're trying to attack someone else. Now, the other way of religion can be perverted is when they're like, okay, yeah, God has a warlike side to his personality. Let me just over focus on that and then go out and attack somebody. I don't know if the All Father would think that that was really congruent with good judgment. And then we come back to the Gandalf scene. They're like, well, he's more of a Gandalf figure. Yeah, well, would Gandalf go out into where? Gondor, some section of Gondor, and just start attacking people and taking their stuff? Is that what the wise wizards of old did? Because that's what they claim he was sort of like, with a big hat and a wand, right? A staff, a walking staff kind of look. That's the big scary black death metal type of war god that people over fixate on at this time to a silly degree. Now, I'm not saying that manifesting yourself in a certain way is a bad thing, but you should really think about what you're manifesting and why, if the religion is to be meaningful. So if this is one interpretation, if you've over-invested in a narrative, then you can also pull back from that and see a more holistic concept. Like, for example, Heimdall, I see him more as an agrarian kind of order producing Apollon kind of facet to the All-Father's personality, right? The totality of personality. Not just an archetype, but a grouping of archetypes that describe the facets of the All-Father's divine personality, which aren't in opposition to each other, even though it appears to be that way from Patujuna's points of view, non-initiates' points of view. How can a war god also be the god of good times and poetry and learning? How does that work? I don't get it. Well, that's because you're some type of meathead. You're not someone who's up to the priest or magician or kingly level of seeing, of comprehending, of combining. And so that's why you're just seeing a one-dimensionality that might also be delusional and calling it something, when these things should really be considered very carefully and from a whole bunch of different perspectives, because we're reconstructing something that was lost. But there's constantly new information, new insights, new perspectives, and all of these things should be used in such a way that is meaningful or tries to capture the meaning of these very profound things. I think it would be a big mistake not to consider how profound these things are, even though they've been imperfectly transmitted to us, that it's an ongoing process of refinement and impactfulness and insight and wisdom. So I would just say that people inside Wodenism should suspend their beliefs a little bit and give themselves some leeway and not be dogmatic about just the one narrative or over-focusing on one aspect of a divinity. And also not to misrepresent it or dive deep into it. And also all of that black and dark stuff and ominous stuff and that's sort of inappropriate Okay? If a Gandalf type figure came out with a machete and chopped some brambles, there's no personality traits that one could associate with the darker side to affix to that, unless one is doing it because of some type of internal bias that is either purposely created or is coming from a not so good place, that you're then connecting with something that is really something different. For example, if you want to be like just an exclusive Loki worshiper, then you're sort of a weird sect within the pantheon of Wodenas, or a Wodenas, a master of passion, a Buddha, for example. That's sort of a strange thing to pick out for yourself, but it is sort of telling, isn't it, that that's what attracts you? Now, it's understandable people are attracted to that, but see, from the Buddhist perspective, that's the five sense realms, which means it really is. You're attracted to the Loki-like side, means you're attracted to delusion, the worldly delusion, which is to say worldly power, which is not the main goal of religions that are spiritual in nature. Look at all the other facets of a Wodana's personality, and what would a skillful master of passion, a philosopher type, magician, priest, king type person be like really, versus these caricatures of the muscle-bound oaf berserking their way into other people's stuff under agrarian bosses that were sent out to find something for themselves because they had reached the limits of their agrarian possibilities, or wanted something other than just the agrarian. They wanted to get out there on the journey of life and get out of their comfort zone, so get into a discomfort zone. I think that's one thing about Wodanism. Like hanging on the world tree, that means putting yourself out there, right? Suffering in order to alchemize the elements so that a godly transformation can take place in this purgatory-like realm, so that one is going in better directions, going forward and burning off the karma of the past. There we see Buddha, and again, sort of Zeus, right? All-Father, and then the demigods sort of beneath him that are interacting with humanity, such as Apollo and Hermes, Dionysus, who also has dual personality. It's both Apollo and Dionysus. Sort of order and enthusiasm. Sort of the man is sort of. So these things are not straightforward. They need a lot of intuitive brilliance brought to it, and then those further distillings of it need to be then adopted by the so-called practitioners or symbol carriers or representatives, so that they're up to date on what it is they profess to be a part of or want to be a part of. If you want to be a part, for example, of Theravada Buddhism, you need to ordain and fully go through their program to wear that label, whereas Vodanism is still in some type of strange nebulous realm. that has a lot of misguided people in it. A lot of left-handed people, people like, oh yeah, devil war, death metal, and bad times, essentially. Well, who would want to misrepresent an ancient, worthy, Central Asian, Proto-European religion and misrepresent it into something devilish and misguided and then sort of buffoonish, caricaturistic kind of way? So look, forgive yourself. This stuff is evolving. I think even the bad version of it is sort of cool in a way. It's led to a lot of barbarian fantasy novels and other cool things, and all of that. But it really doesn't have to do with the pure original religion. I tend to suspect that is indeed what we're dealing with at this time. So that's bad news for people that are really into the dark arts and stuff. But for people who aren't, like people who are more inclined to the Buddhist or the Christian mysticism, the alchemical side of things for positive transformation, which seems so logical to good people, but bad people think in embodying devilish attributes is good. So that's where they make sort of their mistake, isn't it? That's the theory that Buddhists have, at least, or Buddhinists, masters, or Stoics, masters of their passions. See that congruency there with Indo-European languages, cultures, and religions, that there's synthesis there. But then again, Egypt is not very far from India, is it? And Greece is right there in between. And then if you see that we're talking about, or understand we're talking about seafaring people doing island hopping in the Med, and also going up the coast of Europe, and then maybe summering or wintering in Scandinavia or Ireland, then you could just see how there's like a migratory, trading, living, and interacting kind of, also wine drinking and cultivating patchwork of tribes that were pretty well interrelated, having a not so bad time in so-called bad times. Let's also remember that there were great floods and the Atlantis legend, so it's very possible that all of our more civilized institutions and traditions were wiped out, as we were mostly coastal peoples in that region where these catastrophes occurred. And so 9,500 years ago, yeah, there you can see we're talking about a timeline that well predates the Buddha. And Christianity, yeah, that's actually the newest iteration. And then you can also look at Jesus. Now, Jesus is sort of the opposite of these death metalists. He's a version of Wodan that is more Hermes-like, right? Dionysus-like. Just look at his features. Look at the Fool's card in the tarot deck. That's Jesus. That's Dionysus. Who died, went through the hellish Dante-like process of transformation, of the death of the self in this world in order to be resurrected and bring all the treasures of the inner psychological, transformational, dragon killing kinds of exercises, demon slaying, subconscious, purifying, passion, master of passion kind of activity that was the representation of the heroic, the godly, the manifestation of the godly, and loved by women, like the real lover of women and loved by women, bringing music and poetry and the most intense feelings, the range of feelings, from panic to terror to fear to heightened emotions in a Wagnerian kind of experience, choral, communal experience, for upliftment, for refinement, for transformation, not for degradation, not for bad feelings, not for just the fear aspect. The reason why they incite fear or manifest it is in order to get rid of it. See, you're manifesting out of the aura or the electromagnetic field around you with catharsis. See, you're manifesting it and then you're dispelling it. It's just a game for you. It's an exercise. It's a ritual. So whatever residual fear you might have had is a way of getting rid of it. It's catharsis. And it's done communally, which it increases its power, especially for social beings. Everybody's dressed up in a ritualistic way. Everyone sings these inspiring choruses together. Everyone feels the harmony. Everyone experiences catharsis all at the same time. Who's organizing that? Well, it's the theater director slash poet slash priest slash magician slash king that's doing that. A master of passions. See, if you can master the passions to make life inspiring, then you're a master. If you turn it into a hell, you're not. Okay? So that's more fascinating, that's closer to the truth. And so if you are looking into proto or Indo-Germanic or native ancestral religious systems and ways of seeing our situation here in this realm, such as it being purgatory, not heaven. Big difference, isn't it? Like, it's not hell. No, don't give up. It's not like there's no point to this. It can get worse, but it's not perfect. So that's the suffering aspect. There's going to be no ultimate satisfaction in the worldly five sense realm. That's a precondition of this place. That's something that a master of passion would know. So he's not going to direct you into those, but you can see how a stupid, vulgar person with incomplete morals or understanding of these things, i.e. not a priest, would prefer the magical qualities that lead to dissolution and destruction, because that's where their proclivities and their lack of skill would lead them, and also everyone else off a cliff that follow them using the old ways, which became disreputable for that reason, which is why Christianity had an opportunity to sterilize and stupefy things down a little bit, but at the same time made it less vital and also less useful for the people that practiced it. So although there was a certain amount of stability for wealth guarding, order, interest, i.e. notary-like PMC classes, and a relatively passive plebeian class, the teachings were in fact so de-toothed or declawed that it became rather more of a weight than an inspiration. And then, of course, opened up the field to people that have more thrilling alternatives, but are more or less the same type of degenerate kind of model that led to the total destruction of cultures in antiquity. So that's where you get the smart moron label of this time, where, well, it's from an American perspective, it's sort of like a corporatist, blobist, globalist, neo-royalist, but not royalist in the sense of royalism in the UK, but in post-colonial United States, a neo-royalist contingent of untouchable despots, plutocrats, tyrants, and technocrats with no national affiliations and a suppressionist cultural policy, divide and conquerist, outside of their security compoundist kind of social, political, economic model that they've been working on for the last 100 years. So, but the last 30 has been the worst crop of them ever. So if anyone was in politics in the West in the last 30 years, there's like a 95% chance that they could be sentenced tomorrow to life in prison for their crimes against the cultures and people that they perpetrated while they were just pretending to be representing their best interests. So that's 2024. 90%, any politician, anybody involved in politics, from 1994 to 2024, 95% chance of getting a life sentence for crimes against their own populations. But the royalists that were against the American Revolution, they didn't want to lose. They killed lots of people. You should go back to that. You need to dust that book off. They didn't want to go. They were setting up a plantationist system there. And they were quite disappointed when it was delayed. But they came back, and like I said, 100 years ago, they set the conditions for this type of tyranny, this type of despotism, and just stupefying cultural vandalism. And so they're rich during this time. We're in politics last 30 years. There they are. Anybody has more than, let's say, 10 million in assets would have to be reviewed. You could just do it 2024. Anybody more than $10 million, probably 95% could get a life sentence as well. 2024, from 1994 to 2024. So, but yeah, we'll see. Next 10 years, nobody thought things could get this bad 10 years ago, so we'll see. They're so smug and complacent and self-assured that their policies are of unquestionable goodness to them. And they're a global class of terrorists, essentially. But we'll see, 10 years, how things are looking. Probably Haiti-like situations in all major cities. Regional disconnects, maybe highway tolls by local inhabitants, just impromptu type things like that. Just a general breakdown. Their security model just shrinks, so they have their little then assets, so they're worried about whatever extractionist operations they have and the security of that, and everything else is just up for grabs. Because globo means the people doing that you don't know where they are. They could be looking at a wonderful Mediterranean paradisical kind of view. Not only do their information core suppress the truth, but even if a story came out, they wouldn't read it. They're looking at big numbers, like their balance sheet. It's like $100 billion in assets that they ran off with. Oh no, managed. They're hedge fund managers or something like that. With a cultural exterminationist corporate policy, lawfare on top of that. So yeah, they think they're ahead. They did the whole time, and who can dispute it in worldly terms? Just look at the wealth they've been able to destroy. I think we will bring in real economists and just try to tally the type of loss that type of leadership like that has manifested. I'm gonna say 1,000 trillion. I mean that trillion to the 100 type of loss is what they're responsible for in real terms. Indescribable losses. Loss of time, loss of resources, loss of good feeling, loss of all different types of social, economic, and political infrastructure. Cultural infrastructure. This is devastating. So that's just the time we live in. 2nd century Roman. What are you looking at? Well, this is what 21st century, early 21st century bamboozlery from Neo-Globo. And the just terrible genocidal effects these last 30 years have been. But coming back to the politics thing, I really try to think of it now in just terms of worldly things. Like, I try to put it in a box. These are worldly things and the perception of worldly things, forms and conditions and randomness. And something that can be used for instruction. You can extract insight from these things by looking closely at the characters involved and then surmising what their psychological motivations would be. For example, committing cultural atrocities, vandalisms, usurping public funds for private ventures, and all of those types of things. It's just fascinating to watch in real time all of these bad actors all at the same time with all of these telescopic devices acting in all of these reprehensible ways is very instructive. But it's also aversionary on a certain level because it's annoying. It is annoying. And people get worked up, and that's the net effect. And why would a master of passions engage in aversion? Would the Buddha do that? So what is at work? Well, it's an animal curiosity for something that is bad. Why do we slow down when there's an accident on the highway? That's that animal psychology. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. If people were using their logical mind, they wouldn't stop down, they would compartmentalize it. It's an accident. Okay, so what? Nope. Not happening. It can happen anywhere in the world right now. There's people driving real slow past an accident to take a closer look. That's that animal instinct we have. We gotta look at the bad thing. Slow down. Wait, there was something good at the side of the road. We didn't slow down to look like that at it. It's the bad thing that we're mesmerized by, that has that behavioralistic override function to it. So it's that ingrained, those neural pathways are surprising, aren't they? And not to our psychological advantage, especially when the landscape is moonscaped by a socio-political and economic class of charlatan imposters and despots and tyrants that are just flagrantly disregarding any kind of civic responsibility at this time. So is that annoying? Can that be annoying? I'd say so. Is that wise? Not really. Not really in more ways than one. First off, their whole criminal plan is dependent on cover, i.e. social credibility, and boondoggled information networks that prop them up, like the scarecrows that they are. But yeah, they don't like the truth, and don't like truth tellers. They don't like information in general that isn't politically skewed in their favor. So what do you think that type of dynamic has had on civic culture over the last 30 years of infamy? Well, explainable, isn't it? So, 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay, yeah, PMC, corporate globo culture. And the personality associated with that, low conformist, I want the A plus type of beanie type of, give me another bean in my cup so I can think better of myself type of personality. Is just straight in, no regard at all for good policy, just it's all implementation. Don't think about it. Here's the boilerplate out of a psych lab in a hostile country. Now I'll get to it and go. Here's your bowl of SHIT, start eating. Sadistic? Little bit. Wise? No, that's not wise. What is it then? Well, it's satiating the irrationality of sadism on a certain level. Something that's good for them, bad for other people. Accepting that, living with that, encouraging both sides of that by siphoning funds that were meant for others to their own pockets, and also increasing the problem for people that aren't in on that racket. So it's almost like an anti-protection racket scheme. Has no benefits for the public at all. In fact, a lot of downsides. It's a predation machine. It runs on predation, extraction, appropriation, substitution, inversion. Yeah. The new people come in, they got new values. What values they have? Well, none of the old values. Decency, civility, respect. No, those are things of the past. Those are outdated concepts. The new civility looks like this inversion of it, this pretense of it. Because oddly enough, the people who usurped all these processes, their manifest values don't reflect those of the people they ripped off culturally, economically, socially, politically. Because that's their franchise, that's what the left is. They distilled down, it's a vehicle for that. You just have to find the criminals, the young people that they can groom to fill those positions of that franchise and stick to it, despite whatever atrocities they have to commit as little PMC conformist, manager type stooge, patsy, disposable, useful idiot kind of personalities that are more into groupthink than individual think. You might have a bias towards groupthink and the leader that tells them that their version of sociocultural and economic terrorism is really the right thing to do. And there is no one that gets to contradict the leader in any point, because it's a power funnel, pyramid kind of structure, with people that don't have any morals or ethics to speak of other than their desire for and respect for raw, arbitrary power, to the exclusion of everything else, including strategy, good working relationships, economy, nice things for nice people, and all those other expectations one would have as a normal to super normal tending type of person. They don't share those that common ground with you. They're a specialized takedown team of appropriationists and rhetoricians and sophists. That's it. That's not. You're expecting more than that? Them not to roll over for money when that's what they've been doing their whole lives? That's what they've been doing academically, rolling over in a laundromat of soap bubbles and soap bubble machines in their alternative encapsulated reality that smells like burnt rotten eggs. Is that it? You're expecting them to transform into a non-left, defective type of person? What is it you don't understand about psychology and resentment and people that will use misapplied feelings to concepts of fairness? Doesn't sound like it would work out, would it? But someone has a benefit from it. It's just the people that are put through struggle sessions of their entire lives. They just don't have the benefits. They have the mental illnesses and the psychological toxicity that could kill small animals. Just a portion of the toxicity that they, with an orthodoxy, totalitarian-like, dogmatic-like, then impose on all of their venues that they capture. And divergent opinions, not allowed. In fact, violently, how shall we say, there's violent retribution for speaking the truth. Because the truth does not suit the interest of the robbers at the top. But the obsolete, illiberal, democratic, let's say, spectacle would lead you to believe or encourage you to participate, but that's really just an illusion. That's for farmers somewhere that never come and engage in any type of political activity because if they tried to, they wouldn't get pass go. In fact, these people, you send them emails, they don't reply. They don't have anybody even looking at that. Or a letter. What do? They don't read it. Not if it's one that is a truth that is inconvenient to a class of international criminals. They're building a jacuzzi somewhere. Okay? They've got priorities. The fact that the entire electrical grid is falling apart and there's not enough investment because there's organized crime involved. Look, they got an appointment with the dentist, and there are some problems that are too big to solve, and somebody put them up to it, and they just won the election. So what's the next layer? There's the political culture, these types of stoogist, terrorist, charlatans create. Then, 5-10 years later, people are like, what the hell's going on here? Well, they're long gone. They get another patsy in there that's got to wear the asbestos suit for that, and then if he doesn't get killed, he'll consider himself some kind of success. The information networks that covered his filthy, incompetent, spineless, sadistic kind of butt, they're going to cover for him too. He's going to be invited back for some type of anniversaries where millions of men were killed for a way different way of life that they represent. But they'll have the audacity to go through ceremonies like that. Because it is dress up. People that are nihilist, they're just into dress up. What do I need to dress up, look like today? Look like a police officer? Okay, where's the little cap? I like those pointed caps they put on and all that, just the whole uniforms. That's just a crew of cronies. That's a cast, that's a play, school play. That's like the fat, stupid kid somebody made a deal with. They put him up on stage, said, here's the lines. That's what illiberal democracies are. It's little groups of little interconnected, networked insiders playing pretend while the money flows where it flows, and they get whatever cut they get. Whatever they gotta say. I mean, if it's a big problem, they might have to do something. But that's about it. We're talking about like 10% effectivity rate for someone who should be 110%. They're 10%. But that money keeps flowing. Why the hell should they work hard? Working hard would be working against themselves, because the people that are ripping off the entire country will probably step on somebody's toes if they did anything remotely effective. Is that a politicization of criminal confluence, political interest, social interest, ideological, geopolitical, multipolar type of hybrid kind of scenario? Is that it? Is that the vomit? If we take the vomit, if we look at the bucket of vomit and we start like pulling out the little pieces, is that like what's left over from the kebab? What was in the secret sauce that made you vomit? What was that? It looks sort of gloopy. Oh. Is that half of a cockroach in there? Oh my goodness. Somebody pull out the microscope. How much E. coli is in this thing? What? Those aren't beans? Special type of jumping beans. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, as bad as things are, they can get worse. And then, of course, even if we came back to some type of functioning normalcy, all of these crimes, there needs to be a special department set up for 'em. This the new normalcy that they think they're going to overturn people into, that's not going to happen. So what's the new normalcy is people are going to be asking where they are. Hey, remember that person that took us for that ride down Candyland? Where the hell are those people? That's going to be sort of the type of climate as things begin to get a little bit crazy. But because that hasn't happened in a long time, people are considering it to be sort of an improbable outcome. But I don't know why they would think that, when there's only so many lies some type of outfit can make until they lose all credibility. Just imagine it's a retail store, right? And these retail stores get robbed. Everything's robbed. You come in, you're like the franchise regional manager. You come into one of those stores, everybody's working, but everything's been ripped off, right? And nobody goes in because there's nothing to buy. But on his corporate balance sheet, everything's still the way it should be. He reports that back to the other PMCs, and they PMC it. And maybe they'll make it, just roll it into a big loss and bury it, and something like that. Some type of sleight of hand, some magic happens in the budget. No oversight to speak of anyway. And there we have it. Another crew of defunct cronies, and the people that get to pay for that privilege. Also, yes, strategically determined to be exterminated in the next 20, 30 years, so that they can enjoy a Pakistan-like despotic infinity rule over a peon class that has nothing. Including not even clean air, like China. You don't have a right to clean air there. You want to stage a protest for the environment? Good luck. Want clean water? No, there's more important interests than your personal well-being or the well-being of all the people in the country or on the planet that might visit that place and want to take a dip somewhere. But they're powerful. They're powerful. They're really bad. Like a good person wouldn't get into an election, misrepresent themselves, and manipulate the vote. They would, though. They have. They are. Why do we live in purgatory? Why? Yeah, why? Well, the Buddha gave a great answer for that. This is a place to get better and to drop attachments, to become outcome independent, to focus on the journey, to focus on the spiritual life, to focus on the attitudinals that you can change, the attitudinals that you can drop, the frustrations that you can drop, the ego that you can drop, the identifications that you can drop, the desires and cravings, even the craving that you wish everyone would be doing better and not being predated upon by a criminal class of genocidal maniacs. Look, that's unskillful. You want something that isn't on offer, perhaps, in your time. The people that were working at the Library of Alexandria did not want it to burn down. And those that really didn't want it to burn down, that were really attached, that were really outcome dependent, well, that was devastating for them. Many of them probably took their own lives. Very wise, noble, accomplished geniuses, cultural people of their time. We don't know because not only did they burn everything down, but the information stopped flowing after that point. There was no journalism to speak of for hundreds of years after that point. So the true scope of the destruction can only be surmised. But we could call it a genocidal event. Because really nothing of the culture remained. I mean, a few things. You had a couple of monks, Augustine, and that was about it. Even to this day, today, what is it? What are they producing? A lot of people and not a lot much else. A lot of misery. But yeah, that's the people that but what would have been better for them? Well, maybe just sail away, right? Sail around to a different island, and maybe I hope one or two of them took 1 or 2, 3 or 4 or more books or papyrus scrolls and went to another place where you didn't have these devastating socioeconomic, political forces, geopolitical, multipolar forces in play. So let's look at it as exceptional when humanity is able to manage all those things I mentioned effectively, and it's more standard not to, based on the common vulgarity of the common man or woman that would misuse their political office in the way I described, and then you add just the worst of the worst type of political development going back to 1917 and their international focus. And then you can understand how catastrophes like this could have happened in the West and did. They're directly attributable to the franchise, the left franchise. So no little bit about it. Like this saying, well, if you weren't left when you were young, you didn't have a heart. If you weren't conservative when you were older, you wouldn't have a brain, that type of thing. No. Not even a smidgen of leftism in anything is an indication of anything other than that you were conned, tricked, and misled, and you're probably messed up. Like you're too tolerant for the things that you should be absolutely not tolerating on any level. So essentially, even if you claim to have removed yourself, you're still contaminated. And you don't even realize it. You're not, your defenses aren't good enough. You're just basically some type of statistic waiting to happen. And then becoming conservative, they never become conservative. You're an Overton conservative, which means you're not conservative. You're just a different flavor of ineffectual. You're a different kind of useful idiot in their system. So what's outside that system? Well, anything else. That's the great thing. They got a nice little gas ball going for them. What is outside? What is the universe outside that? That's where people need to start looking. And also reconnecting to ancient traditions, customs and procedures, and organizational principles. The ancients did not have any problem between the sexes at all. Women knew their place and men did too. Today, they have sold that as modern two-holism. All that needs to be junked yesterday. Not a bit of it is good. Don't believe me? Look at the statistics. You're ideologically captured, you're emotionally invested in a narrative, your own damn problem. I'm not talking to you, you're an idiot, we know what you think, how you think, we know how they make people like you think, like a useful idiot like you do. We know that. We know the process, we know the conditioning, we know the hysterics, we know the power dynamics of it, we know the manipulation, we know the lies, we know the ideology, we know all that. And that's why we reject every last single molecular atom of that. On any level, anywhere, at any time, for any reason. Now, as far as women going back to living really great, wholesome lives within the context of what they do best, which is really been established by high cultures throughout time that don't look anything like ours at this time, yeah, they're going to have really profit from us going through this transformation back to working ways of doing things. Big benefits for the women of the future that don't have to deal with any form of leftism. Big advantages, great lives, fulfilling, not overworked, not miserable, not disconnected, happy lives in healthy families with no extra aggravations to speak of by a bunch of the rotten egghead class and their ideologues and agitators and political groups. You can right away see the idiocy of two-holism if you just apply it to men. Menism. Because you're a man, just imagine going into a lecture. Because you're a man, look at me, I have a ding-a-ling. All men vote for me. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Would men do that? No, they don't do that. Actually, other men have a bias against other men because it's competitive. Oh, this guy wants to be the leader? Why is that? That's sort of how men are. They don't give a damn you got a ding-a-ling. There's nothing they can do with the ding-a-ling. Unless they're a ding-a-lingist themselves, and who the hell needs a damn ding-a-lingist? But women, look, two holes, yay, two holes to the front. And all the women are like, yeah, I have two holes too, solipsism. Yeah, this is two holes versus ding-a-lings. See how ridiculous and disgusting and vulgar and stupid that is? And then look at a Beatles concert. Who is acting crazy and screaming like that? There might have been a couple of men doing that, but just look at that phenomenon there, that group phenomenon. Women are not politically reliable. Now, who knows that? Yeah, criminals, terrorists, psychological criminals, sociological criminals, political criminals, Leninist, Marxist-Leninist criminal. So, ladies, they're looking for useful idiots. You want to be a useful idiot, or do you want to be a war criminal? You got really two choices with the two holists. But the statistical facts of the nightmare kinds of cultural, institutional landscapes, political, socioeconomic, political, they're around the world that, of course, they're sort of in propagandistic, informationally monopolistic, locked environments. But, you know, Cuba, Venezuela, Belarus, Russia, China. If you're curious, you can find out how well women have it living in systems like that. And spoiler alert, it's not very impressive. So whatever promises they're making you, they're never, ever, ever going to deliver on them. So you want to feel good about that? Don't. Where you should be looking is supporting good men. Supporting your men, sticking to them through thick and thin, and no matter what. Women have been flexible too. All these demands also, I think, for just so man needs to have one woman or what have you, marriage. Look, I like that concept. But the women that can not create problems and work within a group and don't have an ego and do what they're supposed to do, they live a really, 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 really good lives. Not being adversarial, dictatorial, demanding, and wanting to have things that maybe are sort of a strange thing to want to have. That might not be something you should want someone else to just want to have. Now, on the other hand, look, for the working class and whatnot, you can't support any more than one woman. Okay? Most of you, although some of you probably could. And if you can, good. If you can all get along, great. But just make sure those kids are taken care of, and that they're the kind of kids that can contribute to any high culture or society in the world, and not just some type of, let's say, debauched or deranged kind of human experiment that doesn't produce people that could be considered to be valuable anywhere. So do your kids a damn favor and don't mess them up from the get-go. Is that so wrong? Also, people who are crazy, look, you're crazy, you know it, don't have kids. I really don't recommend it. But if you do it, for God's sake, bring some sense to the game. Your kids should be something spectacular, but not so much that you're overly attached to them to the point that it drives you crazy, that there's a certain type of disparity in personalities between children and parents. That also doesn't mean you need to tolerate every bit of nonsense they think is the right way to go. You have to guide them some way, and unfortunately, because we have this cultural war going on, they're attacking kids and trying to mess them up, to mess up families, and possibly just destroy them. So, our great ancestors didn't have terrorists at the top like that, but we do. So that's why a lot of people are messed up. We're just being gaslit the entire time by a class of sadists and narcissists. So do we feel crazy? Are we not in the best of moods? Is that why? Could be. So people thinking I beat up on the left too much. Look, I just said Overton conservatives, Overton right, which is a captured, useful idiot, pendant to the leftist trap. They're not acceptable either. Gentrified slaves paying 10 times the mortgage for a corporate globo job. That's your conservatives. Invested in the Ponzi scheme. They're covered trust fund people. F them all. They're not any different of a useful idiot, really. Now, what does that leave us? Well, the globos have something they consider to be unacceptable, but the public should really have all options on the table without any type of damn ideological, historical memory war lenses on them. What is the right thing to do now? And how do we go from this catastrophe? How do we get out of it? Like reasonably, with civility, dignity, and respect. How do we do that? As quickly and as effectively and as resoundingly, as decisively as possible. That's it. That's political leadership without the criminals in the room. Wealth guarding kinds of worldly captured schemerist. Lawyers, no. Going forward, if we ever renew our political culture, it will be illegal to be a lawyer and also be a politician. So just think of how many illicit actors are right now in play. I would make it retroactive too. They would at least have to go through a review board, and if there's any type of funniness, they would also get their law license revoked, and possibly a prison sentence. That's what we're looking at to restore some type of sanity to the socio-political economic situation. Now people say, oh no, it's everything doom, doom, doom. Well, I'm coming in, I'm the one guy, I'm optimistic. See, we do that, we're okay. We don't do that, we're still where we are. I think we can do it. See, I'm the guy that come in the room and say that. Everybody's face, like the criminals, their face is flushed red like a cherry tomato when I show up in a room, say that. Take a picture. I could say that, and then 5 seconds later, take a picture. Those are the people that need to leave the room immediately. And probably the rest too. And guess what? Things will get done. Oh yeah. You got people driving, wanting to go over into some place they're not allowed. Within 7 days, I wouldn't attempt it. No reasonable, smart person would attempt it after 7 days of me on the job. That'd be the stupidest thing you could possibly do. That could be life-threatening. In fact, there would be big signs. Don't do it. Don't try it. And if someone were that stupid, that determined to mess things up, well, who should give a damn what comes to them? Who told them that they should do that? That's the person you should be talking to. Is that person a good person? Well, they say they are, because that's sort of how they operate, isn't it? Say one thing, do another. With me, those days are over. They're done. They never started in the first place. Imagine, so I get a commission from the people. Do this. Stop people from messing up our country. And then a year later, they're still messing up the country, and they ask me, well, what's the problem? You think I'm not going to tell them the truth? Is that it? No, I'll tell them the truth. You know why I couldn't do it? Well, these 3 people, they blocked me. That's who. So talk to them. And then people can talk to them. And then if they talk to them and they weren't blocking it, then there's no, see? But if they are blocking it, then the public can direct their displeasure with them. And until they're gone, there's really nothing that can be done. But you can see how that game can be played as well. 2 fingers pointing at each other like this. The Spider-Man and YPD. So, but look, they had this. I think Weimar Germany is a good place to return to because you have a lot of the similar dynamic in play, a lot of the similar groups doing the worst they possibly can at this time, which is creating a global conflict, like the preconditions for it. But yeah, it's a blame game. One criminal group will point to the other. They're all pointing Spider-Man NYPD style. So how long will that continue? Anybody's guess. In 1921, Berlin, things were looking crappy as hell. But look how long it took for things to get even worse. But that's sort of like a period of history. It's disputed. You have a lot of court historians that like to gloss over the important parts. So it's pretty understandable. Certainly the left didn't figure anything out from that time. But they're stuck in a memory war kind of ideological program. So they probably got like the inversion version of history spoon-fed to them for political reasons, obviously. More self-serving that way, you see. That's a party principle. The fundamental party principle. Self-serving at all costs. So, does that work for credibility? Well, no. But that's us using our logical minds again and then becoming more and more dissatisfied with the juxtaposition of ideal and real conditions. So that suffering is just pouring into, and then if you're suppressing that, it's pouring into the attitudinals. And so you have to sort of have to disrupt that cognitive loop somehow. By disengaging from the aversionary thing, which is capturing because it's aversionary, which really makes it disgusting. But the only thing that can counteract that disgust is compassion for the human animal, understanding, and then skill to disengage. Having the skill to disengage, and then using what optionality one has to disengage further from atrophying systems that are sadistic. And giving yourself a lot of independence, a lot of room, and as many resources as you can devote to that. But also not giving up the principle of connecting with other people that haven't been toxified, psychologically, politically, socially, economically, or otherwise. And that it's very smart to be very discerning about all of these matters because they haven't been, which has given them the attack vector that they use to launch their insidious rampages through our environments. Now, some of these war criminals, which is what they are, think that these terroristic policies will have had such a crippling effect on the West that it will never be able to recover. But essentially, we can just encapsulate their criminal activities and then reverse engineer them once they are removed. Which means everything they built, retiring it. So that's sort of the thing to look forward to as things unravel. After the unraveling, that is going to be the main tasks. But only then is it appropriate really to deal with that main task, because we're still in the pre-war kind of pre-positioning period. Another aside on Vodinaz, or the theory of Vodinaz, one way it was written was with the Vuno rune, which is the rune of joy, and then master. So joy master, how about that one? Master of joy, or master of enlightenment, master of oidemi, you see? There you can see it as let's say, an archetype of godlike personalities, and then you could think of, again, with the circle with the dot in the middle, you can manifest different archetypes or direct that the power of joy or the power of an oidemic life force or rage even energy, you can direct it towards the different personality types, like in a cosmological kind of way. And also during different times or different times of the week, you see there are different biases in these archetypical psychological expressions or transformations or festivals or catharsis type opportunities for manifestation or transformation, which someone who is a priestly, magical kind of king would be able to recognize, discern, implement, and conduct in such a way that the people were all uplifted, purified, renewed by, and not degraded, demeaned, divided, distracted, or sent into madness with, which a hostile or imbecilic or possessed evil by evil spirits kind of magician, priest, king would then do to the detriment of the flock that he is tending to, which would be counterintuitive, but if the top spot is usurped, either by intrigue or outside interests, or the people just weren't capable of managing it correctly, as these things are very difficult. Like, for example, you might be channeling a lot of your divine energy into the Loki space because your five sense realm aligned, you're a ding-a-lingist, and you've got an external validation problem and a big self. All that divine energy is getting Loki'd. You're getting pokied. You're okie dokie, ding dookied. You're getting played by the cosmic order. Your personality is being sent to the hell realms with you being deceived about it, delusional about it, because it's a trick. That's the trickery of the cosmological configuration. So the great thing, though, is self-awareness. If you can see this in sort of a tarot, Eleusinian mystery, four tower kind of way, then yeah, life has a lot of different seasons, a lot of different factors. It's very complicated, which is why only priestly, magical, initiate type of experts could get it right. But there's a lot of people that get it wrong. Stupid, common, normal, vulgar people. Well, what do? What do they manifest? What happens? Could that have happened? Did that happen? Probably. We do have the Roman account in the 2nd century that also explains why Christianity was against what they considered to be heathen religions, because they knew it had this attack vector and it had absolutely catastrophic results, such as what we're seeing today, like 50% decline in population, 50% decline in the economy. And you don't think this is important, but also England. London, I think was it the 5th century? Like, all the coins, they had a lot of coinage that you can find at different layers of stratification. I believe it's after the 6th century. There's no coinage in circulation. It stops being circulated. And I think it was a recession for 600 years, something like that, till it reached the same level. So you get these things wrong, you get terrorists in your political, socioeconomic constellation, you get that Loki capture of leadership, things will fall apart, disappear, and blow up pretty quick. Now, who's not like that? Well, Heimdall isn't. He's the straight shooter. He's the North Star. He's sort of after now this reset, sacrifice the self-ego, whatever was there, down to zero. Then Heimdall, you use him to rebuild a working architecture according to divine principles. Then you're not channeling the Loki energy. You've got the energy of Apollo, the Apollonistic side of the Zeus-like All-Father, Wodan, Buddha, awakened, enlightened, divine personality, something like that. Of course, this is all conjecture, right? You can't really prove these things, but it's a different kind of outline or perspective of looking at these things than what is now currently being foisted off. Remember, we have cultural distortion. It's a cultural war, so people in the culture are in it to mess it up and misrepresent it or try to align it to terroristic imperatives that they have, which is part of their usurpationist, substitutionist, and inversionist activities. So if you've been misrepresented, Vodanas, or the All-Father, I feel so sorry for Scandinavians that have been so bamboozled. But also, let's not forget, a lot of this is also coming out of the counterculture of the 60s, which was supposed to be a cultural destruction program. So this is another ancient type of system that was picked up by cultural vandals in order to fragment society. And then, of course, they're manifesting all these Loki-like biases in people, which is the destructive, the misleading, and the deceived. And so how could that be anything but nothing but a different form of vandalism and subversion coming from the same sources we've been discussing at length. So try to get as much new, accurate information as you can with a discernment for the type of vandalism that's happened and also the misrepresentation of all of these things. And come to a positive synthesis, right? You're going to have to create this alchemically for yourselves. Take the little positive things and work with those, and don't be misled or misguided into all the dark path in any way. Always look for the light. Always look for the good things. Always leave the bad things. Bad thoughts, bad words, and bad deeds. Leave that behind. Never was a good part of religion in purgatory. That's why this realm is good, because we have the chance to get better by orienting ourselves towards the positive. But of course, people want to say that what I say is negative and what they say is positive. So, Loki's going to show up. He's right outside waiting for you to complain about something that you don't like, your ego finds off-putting. So, but there we also see the dynamic that Vodanism has versus Buddhism and Christianity. Buddhism sort of, Christianity is sort of a watered-down version of Odin. Like it's only Dionysus. It's nothing of Apollo or any of the other aspects. Although the devil, I guess the devil is part of it. Death is part of the crucifixion, I guess, but it's missing, sun. You've got the lunar. It's missing lunar, isn't it? Maybe the star. It's missing the star and the lunar aspects. It has the sun. It's somewhat sanitized and somewhat deadened versus the other things. Now, Buddha, he's more of, just leaving Loki behind. And a lot of the otherworldliness. But he's just sort of a good expression of the other franchise that has a lot more optionality in it for priestly king magicians. Let's not forget, it was for them, not for the common people necessarily. The common people were just brought in as the chorus elements, or the executive organs for carrying out kingly directives based on priestly and magical insights, which, if they were not wise, led to disaster. But as we know, forms, conditions, and randomness, it was never a sure bet. It was always about improving the odds for success psychosocially as a group. So there's a lot to unpack there. You might have to listen to that a couple times to get it. But don't just go in for these people claiming to understand ancient things and having done so imperfectly that they've put extra emphasis on the negative aspects of an all-father divinity figure. Come on. If those are your tastes and proclivities for bad things, okay, I get it. But don't think that that's the real thing. I mean, that's just one aspect of it, like the delusional negative aspect of it, you know. But you can see how other franchises would want to also represent it as such, not just to clown it, but because it's inferior to the real thing, or to their franchise, which is probably pretty crappy in its own way. But of course, instead of improving and innovating their franchise, it's always about disparaging the other franchises, because it's a franchise, worldly kind of thing on a certain level with certain people in that game that has a worldly component to it, especially when egos and dogmatisms are involved. So these things are nuanced, they're intuitive. Individual practitioners will get different things out of it. But as far as public, private, and there's different levels of engagement. And of course, women have completely different roles. You know, now some were high initiates. Okay, they had higher functions and ritualized functions, but you know, women were not considered to be anywhere near the top of the pyramid. And that's not a coincidence. You can see it in Buddhism and also just the pantheon. I mean, Hera, yeah, she's a factor, isn't she? All the stories about her are quite amusing. She's pretty powerful too. She can mess things up. She messes things up all the time. She also helps some people sometimes. Not all bad, huh? But that's just the way it is. And then if we think we're taking an expanded view of devas, they have human failings if they're not practicing. Is that so far-fetched? No, of course not. Sort of instructive, isn't it? There's some catharsis in it, isn't there? There's a human factor there, isn't there? So yeah, all these things can be fun, especially when new information is coming out. Like this synthesis, this has taken 20 years of just sort of passive awareness of these things. But where it will go in the next 20 years is really anybody's guess. But the All-Father, yeah, has all different types of attributes, all different types of powers, and all different types of opportunities that are good, but not just that. So be careful Be careful. Be advised. Watch out. This stuff can bite you if you get it wrong. Vunyo, joy, right? A line with a horizontal triangle pointing right at the top. Vunyo, joy master, or officiator of ceremony. Top director of fun activities. The magician, priest, king. Vodanas. See? Oh, he's got to have a big axe and a sword and cut people's head off and chop them up. Maybe it was just a ceremony, like he chopped the bread, or he was the guy with the barbecue knife. So when you had the big steer that was turning on a spit, he would maybe even cut off the meat. Here you go. Have some of this. We're having a big barbecue, and it's a religious ceremony. And here's some joy for you, a little bit more joy. If you had a nice little drink of the best grape juice we could press, be sure to take some of that too. Vunyo, Vodanas, master of joy, master of ceremonies, master of civilization, master of the multiverse. Because he mastered the multiverse, and that's what he was distributing, joy. Oh man, even Voden's a hippie. That's what somebody's saying right now. Look, don't be so damn one-dimensional. See that word master, just focus on master. Who are masters of this life? Are they the tough dudes going around punching people all over the place? No, it's not how the All-Father was. Now, if somebody came and tried to mess with him, that would not have been advisable, but that was just one aspect of the totality of his personality. One manifestation, which could only be manifested in a masterful way for masterful reasons, and not just to flex. Not just because that's powerful, the powerful thing to do, smash people. That's just one tool in the toolbox. The tool he was known for, joy. How about that tool? Joy. The spread of joy. This is a bad God here. Wait a second. Stop. We're talking about joy here. This isn't edgy enough. Cut. We can't have this. This is supposed to be a barbarian God here, this joy spreader. Shut it down. So it's sad that some people got off in the sticks with this, but just think, it's not meant for everyone. That's number one. It's only meant for those that really have an aptitude for it or an understanding of it. And two, there's a lot of dummies that think they know what they're doing and don't. So I know that won't come as a surprise to anyone, but a lot of people might be engaging in foolish practices and think that they're not. So it is valuable to raise awareness and evolve, transform, right? We're burning off the earth elements of ignorance and lost synchronicities of the past, and we're transforming into a new purified elixirs that will renew in vigor and give us a greater understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmic divine comedy. Now, one thing to realize that during transformational stages, right, the alchemist kind of stages, is that what you're doing is you're putting in a lot of the earth element, and there's a lot of the sulfuric acid element, right? Circle, with the straight line with the right horizontal line intersecting to the center line. And so that sulfuric acid, for example, the just utter, complete and utter toxicity of these hateful, sadistic, suppressed, inverted, subverted, appropriated cultures, managerial sadism, that we have sulfuric acid on like unlimited quantities of that, more than we need. And then the earth element is really the stuff we're dredging up from our subconsciousness. This is the karmic element that just we're feeding into the sulfuric element of our deranged times, like the just the level of anger that is there is just like white light going unconscious kind of power if you want to get into that, but that's not really smart because you're just imbibing in essentially what would be a defilement. You're letting that energy be diverted via Loki-like machinations and ignorance and a lack of right effort or right view, produce even more sulfuric acid and not burn off the earth elements as much. So you got to make sure that the efficiency of the burn is really going, so that you're really putting more into getting more of that suppressed karma into that transformational burn than just being in the sulfuric acid part of contemporary times, which is, again, a limitless amount of aggravation if you want to have it via telescopic means or in your vicinity in the form of all of the contaminated and grotesquely misguided people, toxic people around you, as far as they manifest some of these contemporary lunacies that have been normalized sadistically. So, but where did the Buddha go to get rid of all of that? Well, he went to the forest. So his time had its own version of idiocy and horribleness and social games and very dumb, misguided, worldly 5 cents Rome kind of things in play. So are his teachings up to the current circumstances? Yeah. Fundamentally, yes. It's just in a lot of ways we're dealing with artificially infuriating circumstances, socioeconomically, politically orchestrated catastrophes. But not for the people doing it, though. Let's not be too broad with that brush. There's people that benefit from that, or are benefiting, or have benefited from that. So that's just the historical box, worldly box. So yeah, when you're going through catharsis, which also means talking about these things, see, a lot of these smuggy, snide, perverted, misguided psychologists, they're, well, look at this, you're trying to talk to people to gain validation, you just have to, it's all internal, it's all subjective, just don't do that, don't talk, don't defend the sensibilities of tyrants and maniacs, just, it's a personal thing, it's no interrelation, it's an individual, that's it, just keep it there. But that's not the point. It's catharsis. It's the karma burn. It's logos karma burn. Is gaining separation from toxicity. Is catharsis. There's catharsis in that, but it's not done in a day. Now, what helps that process is total isolation, total solitude. That helps. Then you really can claim to be crazy, because what are you talking about? You're not even remotely close. You solved all those problems. on a simple practical level, you don't need to be engaging with it. So if you still are, then you're at an advantage internally to just finally to completely dispense with it. But that takes years, doesn't it? And then if you're still in some type of worldly place where maniacs are doing their worst in hybrid warfare operations kind of ways, attacking civilians, children and women and men and boys and everybody else all the time, and importing foreign mercenaries and drugs everywhere. Yeah, that's a little bit different as far as personal enlightenment goes. A little bit different. Because then you start dealing with the self-actualization pyramid, and yeah, tyrants and criminals and terrorists, they like when you're so darn downtrodden that you can't put two and two together, let alone have any type of internal transformational, God-oriented experiences. When was the last time a plantationist, slave-driving, narcissist, sadist care about that for the people letting that steel sing out in the noonday sun on the damn chain gang? I'm trying to remember when they found God and thought that was something that them sledgehammer swingers should have. And not just what they need to do, the work that they need to do because they say so, and nothing else kind of plantationist and their minions. So, look, skillfulness, that's one of those things. And what keeps you from being skillful? Well, it's probably some type of attachments, right? Hindrances, what would they be? Is it a material hindrance? Is it a conditioned hindrance? Is it a perspectional hindrance? Is it a combination of hindrances? Is it emotional attachments? How about this trauma bonding? Probably one of the most disgusting things that can possibly happen within the realm of human psychology is that you are bonded to your own trauma, because it's created such a terrible impact on your psychology, and so you just can't let it go. Like, for example, in the Chinese Cultural Revolution, where millions and millions of people were destroyed, a lot of them had psychological problems until the end of their lives. For understandable reasons. It's just, political people don't give a damn about those if they're politically aligned, which many people are, to the expense of good morality and also good psychology, social psychology at least. When you go from a distributive system, a caring system, to a predatory, sadistic kind of system. Control freakism. Illiberal democracy. So, but can the tables be turned? I think so, it can, yeah. Things can get bad, things can turn around, but not with people that have anything close to any type of leftism. Yeah, and or they're Overton, not so leftists, they call conservatives. They're not the solution either. So their far right is also this. They're trying to set the terms of acceptability, and these far right people are captured by financial interests. So That's not really the solution. The solutions we need, politically, socially, economically, or otherwise. So, who knows how long they think their next group of charlatans is gonna placate the public? But until then, the floor could fall out of a bunch of different things, including just the energy sector, which they've already pre-targeted. So you think that bodes well for prosperity? I would beg to differ. What you have now with inflation and their strategic misdirection, questionable how much you really have. So what are these attachments you have to whatever materials you may have squirreled into some type of pile? Still interacting with a system like that on some level for food pellets and water, some type of treadmill. I don't know. I think that does bode well for mental health, because the dignity isn't there. And for humans to feel good about themselves and others, there needs to be just a smidgen of dignity, maybe more than a smidgen. Maybe, how about this, a highly dignified societies and ways of interacting with it, and culture in general, promotes mental health and spiritual health and social cohesion and social harmony, social advancement. But they are the diametrically, psychologically opposed faction to all of those things. So there we go. There we have it. What a worldly dilemma to be in as a spiritual practitioner. And yet, where are you going to put the preference again? That's right. Catharsis. So that's what it's about. It's about trying to gain that distance so you can finally chuck it in the garbage can of dissatisfaction, in the beaker of dissatisfaction in its entirety, which is immense, because of the potentiality that civilization has at this time, and the discrepancy between that potentiality and the manifestation of sadism. Instead, is immense. It's enough to put people in the nut house permanently, such as the smart people in China during their cultural revolution, carried out by similar maniacs of the Chinese variety that are considered respectable today in China by similar maniacs, and respectable by maniacs that consider them respectable outside of China, that work with China, make money off that, have made a lot of money off that, are looking to make money off that, still trying to make money off that. 2024, let history note, these people are still amongst us. They have not questioned anything of their life choices at all, not one. They're the winners. They're rich. They're filthy rich. Very influential. Filthy rich, influential people that think and act like I just described. And then the crazy people in a cultural revolution that have been attacked for being legitimate, while that process was publicly passed off as some type of essentially moral program. Yeah, by people who like to play dress up and pretend they're religious kind of people that aren't that at all, just predators, like the equivalent of some type of serial child murderer. Which a lot of these leftists also turned out to be, but during the time they were in office, they were untouchable. It's just later, despite all the censorship, misinformation, it came out anyway. killed too many people. But, well, where are they now? Did they feel it was worth it while they were alive? Well, that's what the documents indicate. So the less delusional people out there, the less people will tolerate delusional people. And so that might be one way that this thing takes care of itself all by itself without anybody engaging with aversionary things more than they need, which is really not at all. But look how it's foisted upon us in some places under such condition. But realize the power of sadism is only if you just continue to stay in some type of toxic, non-reciprocal, hateful relationship. And if they can build a wall and prevent you from leaving, they would and will, but then it becomes even more apparent what you're dealing with, and then you can stop questioning why toxicity is negatively affecting your life to the extent that it does, because you know what you're dealing with. It's not just the pretense of one thing and not delivering the other. It's an open war against you in all areas of life, not just the cultural fields, economic, socio-economic, political. Might just be 5,000 turncoats in your country organized like that with their globo buddies. That all those organizations, I guess you know what they are about. Disreputable. Like if they weren't disreputable before you heard this, they are now. Any international organization, 2024, disreputable. Would have to be proved otherwise. More members associated with these international institutions that have been captured, disreputable people, essentially criminal kind of people, culturally, war crime, criminal, hybrid kind of people, thinking they won't be given a life sentence in maybe 6 months' time, but that's just the level of delusion we have in 2024. But we'll see. Things are picking up, accelerating, as they say. There's an escalation ladder to insanity. And the closer it gets to insane, the less you have to feel crazy about it, which is also catharsis too. So you want to talk about things, you want to talk to yourself, you want to talk your way through things like this, do it. Don't feel bad about it. Don't let a smuggy criticize you for any type of catharsis, even if it's sitting on a rock in the middle of a canyon for days on end, because that's what it takes. That's what your spiritual journey takes. If it got you there, you're somewhat of a lucky person, in a way, because there's a lot worse ways to end than that. For example, where the hell they're going, that you don't want to know about or have any part of, including criticizing them for any reason. Criticize unwholesomeness, okay. That could be a lifelong job, but why would you take it? Just see it, drop it, move on to nothing, or the wholesome thing. That's it. It's not a bad way. If it took you bad things to get there, then those bad things were good things in retrospect. And as far as bad people suffering, we know that's automatic. That's why bad is bad. So don't envy bad people on any level. And manifest the good instead. Now someone wrote in and said, hey, wait a second. Aren't these just politicians we're talking about? Aren't they just robbing the till? And I had to think for a second. I was like, look, man, that used to be what people thought. but they're the equivalent of a robber that has to insult you on a totality of socio-economic and political space. So they rob you and insult you continuously on a continuous campaign kind of way while gaslighting you about what they're doing and also what society gets out of it and what the economy gets out of it and essentially everything. We're talking about a totality of lies, an alternative reality for them in some type of narcissistic, malignant, narcissistic, covert, narcissistic kind of fantasy world. A class of defectives politically, morally, and otherwise that have created that class out of thin air, and you're not in it if you can see it. Or don't see a point in hurting people and robbing them. And then insulting them on top of that. To an irrational degree. It's like, look, why would you do it? Why look this bad and act this bad when you can steal all that money? Like a traditional piece of crap, kind of pig-like, non-ethical person would do. But probably only to a degree that isn't considered crazy and counterproductive, because you're probably kind of keep it on the low because you think you have to at least appear to be credible or reputable amongst people, because that's sort of how it usually works. If they've bought up the information space in your areas or in on these tech companies, they've long since forgot caring about that part of the political dimension. So if you see it and you feel like you've been insulted on 1,000 different levels, that is what happened. It's intentional. They want you to know that you're drinking their piss while you're drinking it. They're not, and if you really do complain too much, they'll say, hey, look, it's lemonade. It's my lemonade. It's my brand of it. I'm a Overton conservative. I'm a Toryist because the real crap is the left. Everybody knows that, but we're, sort of the same thing. Just our piss, it's got tang in it. But of course, any press journalist would know that the people that were voted in were associated with organized crime, essentially, on some level, like banking or something like that. But they're looking to have a career of bamboozlery and gaslighting at scale. So they like attending parties and being in polite company that are in on that class of people that with the luxury beliefs pulled out of where again? So they think they're that tough, and the money's just part of it. The other part is expressing their inner sadism with putting the boot on and also stamping it into the faces of the people that the system was set up to serve and protect. So if you feel like you're in crazy land, you are. Just admit it, that is what's happening. If it is that way, if conditions are looking bad, then you have a bad system. And the people in that system, they're bad. And everybody that they know is bad or works with them is bad too, to the extent that they do that. They're a crap factory. And what they produce is crap, and eating crap is not good for your health. But they say it is, so that's the only disconnect you would have in that process is you disbelieving people telling you something that's manifestly not true. So what does a wise person say? He says, follow your gut in that case. Your thinking mind is working against you. They have an elaborate explanation for something that's not just not tolerable on any level, but it's sadistic. Yeah, it's intentionally harmful. And lying about intentionally harmful things, who does that? That's the criminal mindset, right? The impunity mindset, the no limits mindset. No religion, no ethics, just give me that. I'll do it better, my way, this way. And in fact, life is too boring to treat people well. They're just happy. I find that boring. I've got options, so this is the way they manifest. The way they think, which is way different than the way you would think they would think if you were a good person. But see, mysteries. Oh, these people, they were just calling people bad people a long time ago because they were jealous. Really? Were they that? Or did they have a legitimate grievance? Whose side are you going to take? The people with the money to print something up that says the exact opposite of the way it was? Are we going to get in a memory war with these people like they like to do about historically proven things that they dispute for political, personal, narcissistic, sadistic reason? Teach kids a bunch of nonsense, like millions of kids, the wrong stuff on basic history kind of people. You think you know what you're dealing with, and they're minions. Price is cheaper in China, so I'm going to put in a big order so that local businesses go out of business. They're being taxed to death by these types of shilly-shallies that let a system like that, an anti-labor system, like anti-humane labor system, take out your own industries and economies and become dependent on the type of representatives of that franchise, rich as Midas in this time. The most despicable of years of all time, not 2024. Still respectable. Clock's still ticking. Tick, 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 tick. And all the other terrible people that don't believe their BS. Still that differential between representation and administration. But let's change that. Young people go into political office and be the change. And I'm not expecting anybody take a deal, but if you do and it's with the wrong people and it ends up going wrong, you will be held accountable for that. Not just in this life. So be careful what you do and don't overestimate things, and also don't underestimate things. Don't get mixed up and associated with people that are not vetted on a lot of different levels. And don't put yourself in a place where you can be sweet talked by these brigands into something that ends up blowing it up in your face. Because it will. The wheels are going to fall off this jalopy. It's just a question of when. So I hate it. I hate this time. I hate everything about it. But there's still good parts. And in bad times, it's good people that are connecting with the good parts and disconnecting from the bad parts. So it's dynamic, it's evolving, it's not optimal, but purgatory was never meant to be that. So you want to be a good person, keep your peepers peeping. And keep that practice popping. Because that practice is popping, yeah. You're going to, guess why it's so damn necessary? You got to get rid of all that negative energy, all that negative influence. Because otherwise you will die. It's just you that's going to kill yourself. Or something, some coping mechanism that is unhealthy, like drinking yourself into oblivion. Or taking damn fentanyl. This is not a joke. Take your life seriously. Take the lives of other good people seriously. No matter how much madness is going on, let's just imagine there's 100 crazy people. Well, let's say there's 100 people. 90 are crazy. Well, 10 are not. Find those 10 and do something for them for a change. And to hell with these 90 people. We know where they're going. To hell with them. Their dumb ideas, their toxic personality traits, their conditioned imbecilities. To hell with them all. Every last damn bit of them. Until they can transform into something else. And if they don't, it's not your damn problem. Avoiding foolish people, the Buddha had no problem with that. In fact, he recommended it. The damn man was living in the jungle because of it. He did not want any more of that damn nonsense in his life. He had had enough. So you reach that point, that's not a breaking point, that's a perspectional point. That's a time-honored traditional point. But at the same time, yeah, it's not cool if social things break down or places get worse generally for people, women and children. It's not good. So you can take a break from a version of reality and still not give up hope or skill as far as assisting the rest of humanity goes. Because that would be too extreme. That would be to adopt an antagonistic, broad brush approach, and then guess what? You're throwing those 10 people away that really don't deserve you and your condemnation and your criticism, because it doesn't apply to them. They're just like you. They're being tortured, essentially, in terroristic, socioeconomic and political conditions. No representation, no chance, no possibility. People resistant to that change to the point of organized violence, suppression, inversion, appropriation. Look, man, what can I tell you? All I can say is it's happened before in different places. It's been a constant problem with humanity. Crazy people and bad people wanting to do bad things and getting away with it. But this place wouldn't be purgatory if we didn't have those things happening. So what is the hero? The hero is the one that doesn't let it get them down. Keeps getting back up. Yeah, you hit me in the face. Well, guess what? This time I'm going to do a left and then I'm going to swing out right real quick. And this time you're just going to graze my cheek. And then there's going to be a pop, pop, pow. And maybe this time I'll be walking away, standing up. But I'm not looking for that. I'm looking to avoid that, actively avoid that. Actively avoiding conflict with unskillful people. That is the highest skill of all. No fight, no blame. But these people, I get it. People will get up in your face, get up in your business, and that's when it's about more of a dynamic disengagement even while engaging. Such as the insane, aggressive, leaping attack. Well, you take that and you roll backwards and lift your leg, and guess what? Where that monkey lands. Up in the treetops, that's right. You took their energy and you worked with it. You didn't work against it, you see. That's skillful. And somebody like a Patujana, someone would say, well, you didn't fight fair, you didn't, take it on the chin. Fighting fair with these people, right? Trying to impose rules. No, the terms of engagement are, you can't do that. What? It's on to the next thing, on to the next sucker, hopefully not. I don't care where that sucker is. And if they come back, they're going to get a different technique. And whether it hurts them or not, it really doesn't matter. It's about whether I hurt myself. I'm so glad that I rolled so elegantly using the curvature of my back, which has been practiced maybe 10,000 times, without forms, conditions, and randomness of that day. And so for me, it's just a form of training. It's not personal. And it's back to that state of perfect equanimity and fairness. The next person might be a noble person in disguise. You don't know. After that aggravating encounter, you might just meet the Buddha. You'll meet him, you won't think it. He's disguised. He might come in the form of some type of thing you wouldn't expect. And then later you're like, wait a second, what? That was so strange. And then I was impolite. And then you think to yourself, uh-oh, now I've gone and done it. Now I've gone and done it. So that can happen too. Let's think of the positive surprises. Don't get yourself caught up on these attitudinals where, yeah, okay, there's all these bad things, and then you succumb to that. You succumb to depression, demoralization, disengagement, disassociation, alienation, right? In a way, some of that is inevitable, so use it. For example, disassociating from toxic things, but not overly much. Not to the point of antagonism with humanity or one's countrymen or contemporaries in general. Just because we have the loudmouth, hateful clown brigade everywhere at this time. This was a experimental war policy that the world has never before seen, at least not in this digitalized kind of modern technological kind of way. And it has different factors like elite capture, political corruption, captured banking systems, and other aspects to it that make it especially pernicious. But they think, some of them are banking on them being around forever, but their credibility is mud. Like, just think big capital letters, MUD. So, will they be able to maintain the gaslighting in a Pakistani kind of way? Maybe, maybe not. But they have all different types of underhanded and despicable tactics that they have no qualms using on civilian populations, and they have. So this cultural component, see it for what it is. It's a warlike measure. Your mood's messed up, they succeeded. Now have compassion for yourself. That just means you need to have a better regular practice and have less of a adversary connection with this, or engage with them on their terms. Well, you're citizen in this country, and me, and then we're going to have a fair debate, and when I win, you're obviously going to concede my points, when that's not what they set out to do. They just set out to clown you and then to deride you as a class enemy using moralistic sophistry and gaslighting. So does that not feel very productive? Well, that's exactly the feeling they want you to have. So stop engaging on their terms and start doing things in a skillful, sensible, and long-term kind of strategic way, which thieves don't really have, nor do sadists. And if they do have a plan, it usually falls apart because their control falls apart, because people like that don't really get along except on the basis of fear. If they think they can get away from something and get rid of the others, they will take that opportunity. And so there's not a whole lot you can do with people like that. But there are some things, and this is what we see, like a criminal gang, global criminal gang, uh, accomplices and patsies. So I hate to tell you, being rich or economically leveraged in systems like that's probably not all that great. So, but independence, Buddha-like variations are always possible, even under the worst of circumstances. So, but we've got, in your neck of the woods, things could be only half as bad as what I'm describing. We also have a tendency to awfulize things. Don't ever fall into that pit. But we also have processes of catharsis, so don't really blame yourself for doing that, but just try to engage yourself on the basis of whether or not it's having a positive or negative effect. Let's not forget, bad words, right? Bad thoughts, bad deeds. This is the simplicity, bad words. You can curse people out. You could feel like there's catharsis there. It might be the only thing you've got. This is what normal, stupid, uncommon people have. There's almost like a moment of suppression when you suppress it, which doesn't feel intuitive during a karma burn, which is why people with Tourette's are rolling the way they do. But the idea is that you can progressively somehow tire yourself out and also note what you're doing and the unskillfulness and basic humanity of it, like a dog barking, and somehow try to calm yourself down at the same time. But in many cases, people, we are living in a terroristic, a historical period that will be categorized as being an era of terrorism in the socioeconomic and political realms. So when it started, I put it at 1990 is the beginning of the era of terrorism. Undeclared hybrid warfare. This is just the progression of the escalation that we're experiencing in the most accomplished year on a Western from a Western cultural standpoint in 2024. And the reasons and the actors and the players in that are now openly visible. Whereas before that time, they were just friends, just business people. That's how the rotten eggheads sold it. Oh, still there. Also, very, very respectable people all over the place. Still think that. Still think other people should get over their hang-ups on, Western civilizational extermination. Got hang-ups. Like, why would you still care about the culture that you come from? Your ancestors built. Why? We got this new razzle-dazzle bag of hot, fresh vomit. Why wouldn't you buy that? We wrote gold on that bag. Why won't you buy it? 2024, it's crazy. Scared. The Overtons, the notorious Overtons we have to profess to be worried about this. Meanwhile, uncontrolled borders, people collecting paychecks and gaslighting the public every day as a war rages, killing thousands of people per day. No real adequate response to that. So, what will people think of people politically active in the year 2024? I don't think they'll think very highly of them for a list of reasons that would take 1,000 pages to print. But the final analysis is just pure incompetence plus vulgarity. Someone wrote in and was like, man, sometimes you get on a tirade, it just burns. me up. Is there anything positive going on out there right now? Please tell me. Thank you. And I agree. Sometimes I go overboard on this stuff. So if it sounds like I'm doing that, just realize it's coming from a process of catharsis. Living in a terroristic time isn't easy. It's not made easy to be blissed out, in case you haven't noticed. And it's not just these spineless, these sadistic frames and everything else. It's the destroyed people in these places that are coping with these poisonous, noxious, counterproductive, culturally destructive things in a very poor to normal way. And they're being destroyed. That's what mental illness is. It's the psychological destruction of the human being, and in warlike times on a mass scale, such as our defunct socio-political and economic class allowed to happen or were complicit in. And immune to feedback, or really course correcting with the radicality that needs to be course corrected, because they were in on this whole thing the whole time. Look, I get it. Some people like FDR for different reasons, but if you look at the State Department, what happened during his administration and their leftism, that is undeniable. None of those people got kicked out. They got a victory parade. And look at what's happened to the place since then. Well, you might not know, so wait. Okay, I'm veering back into Mordor, right? But one of the coolest things about getting old, just like the Higgs boson principle, is we've reached the end of matter, which then becomes a fractal. I mean, this sounds psychedelic, but it's actually true. You start over once you reach nothing. And it starts over again, and the patterns start emerging. We have these patterns, right? What's Fibonacci all about? The Fibonacci sequence, it's a recurring pattern, over and over and over. But what we also have is recurring archetypes and also recurring people. One of the coolest damn things is some of you are really like the coolest type of older people that I met in a younger version. If you understand what I'm saying. Like, I grew up with people that almost looked exactly like you and acted like you, and I had a lot of respect for. But then they grew old and died, and I thought, well, that's the end of the story. And then I looked down, there's young people acting as you're like clones of some of the coolest people I encountered at a different stage of life, a younger stage than me. And then I can see my young self in you as a class, and I think, wow, how cool. If I was just that young, then on the other hand, I know how much trouble was ahead of me. But, I mean, it wasn't all that much trouble. I didn't lose the head on my shoulders, but I certainly did bash into a bunch of things. Now, in my perfectionist kind of bent, not even a single mistake is acceptable. But that's sort of sadistic too, isn't it? So I'm working on discontinuing that unskillful way of seeing things and the associated suffering that entails, because there's really no point to do that, right? We don't get through purgatory without being tested, challenged, refined, because that is the purpose of our journey here. There's a materialistic side to it, yes. There's a social side to it, yes. Socioeconomic, political side, yes. But satisfaction, dissatisfaction, those basics, and us becoming more enlightened during this iteration of ourselves is sort of the primary goal, to the exclusion of all others. We can't really juggle all the balls in the basket so well. But that one is one we should continuously have in circulation as the primary goal. As was the case in ancient times up to medieval times, until the Industrial Revolution gave the Enlightenment thinkers too much leeway to hang themselves with, such as rationalization loops and materialism, or any form of leftism and nihilism, power politics, sadism, globalization of any kind, any flavor of it. Then, yeah, it's really, really, really cool seeing young people that are sort of based or trigger these old positive associations I have with older models. And it's true, you're really like that. Like some of your characters are just, they're just straight as the older models. There's no change in you. You sort of did just manifest into who you are. You're really who you are. You're determined in a way. It's undeniable. And some of you, you're straight, you're straight shooters. You're innovators, you're dynamic. You're living that life. You're on this high journey. You're on this pilgrimage. So keep your heads high. Keep your sight clear. And put more of a focus on keeping your spirituality maintained at a high level, which is an individual, daily, or moment-to-moment practice. This is just, look, people say hybrid war, it's a psychological war. So what are the psychological defenses? Yeah, religious values, standards. Ethics are more important than they were 10 years ago. You get somebody who's fishy on something, that's no. We know where that leads. A little questionable here, a little bit questionable there. Don't need people like that. It's all about solid people. It's about also vetting them. It's also about letting people go that go bad. Right? When there was the Black Death, a contagion, a physical contagion, people had to deal with death in a different way than we deal with it. See, we're comfortable. We're in our comfort zone. They were not in a comfort zone. And it did change them. It changed the culture too. People before, they were planning for the centuries. After that, they were like, look, let's break out the good times because we don't know we're going to be here tomorrow. We don't. Next year, what? That's a long time. Everybody I knew died just a few months ago. So I see things differently. I experience things differently. And you're suffering or not suffering differently depending on your skill and your attachments. But those that thought it was truly the end of the world, and a lot of people did, you can understand why. Sort of. But were they right? Well, no, but was living for today a good idea? Actually, look at that. Something bad changed people's perspectives, and then we had the Renaissance come out after the Dark Ages. And people were focused on religion too, so it was a time of innovation and flourishing. And as bad as it sounds, it got rid of a lot of bad people too. I mean, it not just bad people, obviously. But, people that are comfortable, or societies that are in comfort zones and haven't innovated and are just status quo going, and the important people of the day are engaged in some type of classist, suppressionist culture. Yeah, it's not the end-all be-all of purgatory, is it? So always try to see the positive in whatever negative's going on. And if you really did get hurt, if that aluminum baseball bat to your back does hurt, and you didn't see it coming, you were looking straight ahead, take the time to heal and acknowledge that. There is no shame in that at all. That is how things work. And what does a skillful person do when they're injured? They heal themselves skillfully. They don't say, no, well, that was nothing. It was a scratch. They don't say that. I mean, they might have to say it to others, but they don't kid themselves. But the problem is people get this trauma and then they want all the solutions, all the skills ready to go, but that's not how it works. You're not that expert martial artist that was able to block 10 punches and knock the opponent out with different methods overnight. But you stay in the fight and you fight skillfully and you avoid the fights you're going to lose anyway, and you don't go looking for fights you don't need, well, who's to say you can't get through life that way? I think that sounds pretty realistic. Sounds pretty skillful, actually. And I know the Buddha says, don't engage in any hostilities whatsoever, but if people are trying to attack an innocent person and get knocked out, actually, what God would say that that's the wrong outcome. However, one should be advised to be careful about thinking like that, or thinking you know exactly what God would think, because you might be deluded in your particular instance or case. And if you are deluded, just think of the karma that could come to you if you knock that sucker out. He falls down, hits the curb, and dies. In front of the court, your story sounds good, sort of, but they don't not throw you in jail anyway, because the friends of that person saw that differently, and you just got a murder charge despite your good principles and good skills. So this purgatory, there's many doors to many hell realms that are best kept shut. The Buddha, with all of his skills, look at how much defensive measures he put into place socially, psychologically, and otherwise. He met a lot of different practical solutions. He also kept moving, because people, he became famous, like Jesus. And just imagine how crazy the people were out there in those boonies. And he kept it moving, he kept it rolling. Where is he at today? Nobody knows. Try to find him. Try to find a samana in the jungle. Good luck. You need to take a couple courses in something, and you're probably not going to get there anyway. You're going to get in the mosquito swamp and the alligator patch and the tiger place, right? The tiger hangout, the tiger spot. Tiger habitat. You might run into some monkeys chattering in a tree, throwing things down at you. But a samana, it's going to take a while. So all of that is where we're coming from. Hunter and gatherer. So would a hunter and gatherer live the way you're living now, and why not? Why or why not? Like for me, I'd say I'm more from the hunting side of things. Like I would have been the person bringing back like a board to the group, and they would have been extremely happy to have seen me, but it probably wouldn't have been every day. It's not a 9-to-5 job. And my contributions to life are so direct and immediate and real that nobody would question my value to the group. Now, up and above that, if I want to, start slapping people around for no reason, then yeah, that's not good. But I was not considered somebody that needed to socialize with people in order to be treated with dignity, civility, or respect. Something these modern morons don't have at all. They have a minus 100 in all of those three categories by design, because they've been torpedoed by the education system that's been politicized by terrorists. Cultural war criminals of a Chinese variety. So yeah, those are just crazy times, like the Black Death. But stay innovative, stay rolling, stay moving, stay fluid, and stay practicing. I would say you're overdoing it on the fitness thing. People are just telling people to hit the gym because they have nothing better to tell them, because they're dumb. They don't know. They've been dumbed down. They're materialists. They have a problem, they take drugs. That's how they solve problems. It's just all the problems, psychological problems are so high, the drugs you need to get over them will kill you. That's the point we've reached. Still won't admit defeat. Don't need religion. Religion's for idiots. You need to build your religion from scratch. And Buddhism is a great starting point. Theravada plus a little bit of Zen, plus a little bit of Tibetan Buddhism for a little bit more magical sides of things, because you're keeping an open mind about the multiverse, which is universal, deep space kind of invigorating theories that can energize your life instead of some type of dead world that's meaningless kind of frame that they would like to have you in. And of course, ancient religions. Look, Christianity, there's no basic fundamental contradiction of good Christian principles with every other good religious principle that other religions might have. So keep an open mind, but not too open. You get bamboozled with this globoism that you went too damn far, didn't you? Wanting to be a good person and fit into a group of hucksters. So I think that, look, the best man amongst you, you're not going to have a problem, but it's just that 80% we're going to be having to deal with, because they essentially got the opposite of what they should have learned for political reasons. But not domestic political reasons, say global political reasons. Don't like the culture of freedom and representative governments. They just rather have affirmation rituals by technocrats in an illiberal democracy, keeping appearances while working against the interests of the common people. Predatory, gaslighting. So, yeah, but it's cool seeing you young people grow up, and you do have a lot of potential, so don't ever get too down. See, that's what the devil will do. The devil will give you the illusion that there's nothing to be done, right? That it's impossible, that you failed, that it's game over, right? That's delusional. But you could go into a period of that which might be more than just a mind moment. But you need to recognize that and then gain separation from that and enter into these transformational daily religious practices in order to release that locked on attitudinal, so that you can also readopt, intuitively reorient to more positive states of mind and also positive activities, however small they might be, such as also giving up some version of a desire or perfect outcome, and realize why your ego is holding on to it and why it's causing that discontent animalistically, instinctively, but at the same time giving yourself the amount of time to release those cramped muscles and let whatever it is that's bothering you go. That's the skill. Unskillful people, they never forget it. Never let go. They just add a big ball of insults and aggravating things to their suppressed negative karmic weight. They have no skill, and they also have no shame. They don't feel like that's wrong. They feel like that's right. That's the normal way people should do things. That's the way they did things. That's the right way to do things. It's not the right way. It's just a vulgar way of doing things. Results in dissatisfaction. That's easy to attain even in less complex ways. You could be more dissatisfied easier if you did better things than that. Which is a fun way of provoking these dissatisfactions. In order to deal with them, you make yourself deliberately more dissatisfied per the discomfort zone that you are searching out and creating in order to exercise these things, provoke them out in order to be rid of them, to exercise them. See? Not easy. But stay in the fight there, bros. You have a lot more advantages than we did. They had complete informational control at the time they launched their terroristic cultural campaigns. So now at least you have the chance of finding some alternative splinter communities that have been able to keep their wits about them during this most despicable time. But yeah, just it's gonna be cool going forward. And realize if you get old, you're gonna see some of us cooler older dudes in the younger crop coming up. Just because it's unstoppable, we're a lot more numerous than we think. That's why I'd like to also bring people's attention. You know, your country might be screwed. You might have a lot of sappy, silly, Sally, stupid people they keep putting up on stages, but there's a lot of people not on those stages. If there's 1 million of us anywhere on this planet, I would say we are the most powerful community on the planet. It just depends on where we are at the moment and what we're doing and what we're working towards and who we're working with. That's it. So we got these plantationists trying to cut us up, chew us up, grind us up, and spit us out worldwide now. But our kind, we weren't made for no damn plantation or plantationist. Which is why we set up the U.S. in the first damn place. But they didn't want it to happen, and so now look, we got the old thing with the new thing. And then where are we supposed to go now? What country's going to take us in and give us the freedoms that we fought for in our own damn country that are no longer genuine? Or based on a culture that is now setting to defunct all of that. What are we supposed to do? Well, the tyrants don't care. They just, here, take fentanyl and die. That's sort of how they have figured out. So, but I don't see it that way, and you shouldn't see that way, and other good people shouldn't see that way. So, in a way, it means changing what's possible, what you think is possible, but another way, maybe more is possible because of that. So don't get stuck in these black and white depictions of reality. Think of dagas, think of yin and yang, think of the spinning disc. The worse things get, that means the worse things, the better things can get, you see. That's the way you need to look at it. Like, wow, they destroyed the entire city. That's a great opportunity to build new things in a better way with none of the old problems that led to the old problems in the first place. That's a great opportunity. Because if everything was nailed down and perfect, then building things would sort of be out of the question or less prioritized. Now, do you have a lot of things that need to be blown up? Well then, look, demolition is the industry that's booming because you're in the demolition phase. So you swing dagas with that, you can swing dagas with the building phase later, and there's no personal investment in egoical outcome. Just sort of blow with the breeze, keep your wits about you, and keep your crew tight. My system, my 1 meter nunnery system, that works on ladies. And if they're applying that system, then they're worth dealing with. If they're not, well, just rando. You're dealing with someone with 3 holes and an attitude. And how you want to deal with that is really up to you. But as far as expecting too much, I wouldn't. Which also means not investing too much, and certainly not emotional. These people getting emotional about even fake girlfriends now. They got a bunch of cartoons talking to these guys. They're tearing up like, I know, you really do love me? And this cartoon's come back, oh yes, I do, manga style. I love you. Starts crying. Screen starts, the tears hit the screen. It's so hot. Evaporates off the screen. These simps out here are repugnant and pathetic. Any man running after a damn woman is pathetic. There ain't nothing one of them could do that one hand can't take care of. And that's Diogenes saying that. Your cultural heritage that's been suppressed and erased from this time. But look, right now, it lives again. It's been resurrected. Now you know. Take care of that damn problem. Tell you what women are for. Is any woman worth dealing with in any type of relationship way, that's motherly material that you should be dealing with. Homemakers and child. People that see a benefit in caring for children in a compassionate way, which is long-term care until they're potentially 20 years old. So it's a 20-year stint. It's this person that needs to be able to work, function, and bring some good vibes to that whole thing. And if they can't put in that basic effort, you don't need to entertain any thought of having any type of emotionally involved attachment to them. Now the problem is people want their cake and eat it too. So it's like, oh, well, this is not someone who's wife material, but it's fun, so as long as it's not committal. And then guess what? Whoops. She gets pregnant and they get stuck with a woman that drives them insane, wrecks their lives, poisons their lives with these toxic cultural mandates and impossible frames and conditions, behaviorally sadistic expectations, relationship or otherwise psychologically sadistic expectations, and other power plays that two holists get into, which is a leftist torture program for men and women. So knowing that, it's so much easier to dismiss everything about it and anybody who has any even modicum of it. They're not legitimate, never were. Their stories are lies, their narratives are memory wars. Nothing they say checks out. And nothing they've done is good. So, knowing that, I think you'll be ahead of the game. I also have to say that the old timers that were going out were sort of respectable, like the so-called greatest generation. They really weren't, but they were head and heels above what we have now. Like the real crappiest generation did come from the 60s. Anybody involved with counterculture. I say hippie, but I understand hippie to be something else. These people who called themselves hippies, they were political operatives for, the despotisms of the world at the time. some type of phony front for that. But yeah, they're still considered respectable in the West today. They're all over the place. Right? France has a lot of them. Germany is repugnant on that level, and so is the UK and the US, Australia, New Zealand. A lot of them were associated with the environmental movement, so keep that in mind. That's a tip-off. Any of these type of groups, climate, any political action group with a leftist tinge to it, their foreign operations essentially conducted domestically with domestic stooges. So that's a lot of people right now. So some of them probably wouldn't admit it. Like, you'd have to interrogate them. They probably deny it. They know they're guilty. But you don't. So many people don't. They take them at face value. Oh, well, we have a right. There must be a left. And then the left, we're going to include them in a conversation on equal terms in democracy. Well, that's wrong. You don't include people that demolished democracy in Russia in 1917, their ideological descendants, into a democratic conversation. You don't. It's not what they're looking to represent. It's not what they represent. So they have their own problems, and they would deny all of that to death, but it's true. So for people not in on it, you didn't get any money, and you still have some morals and ethics, then yeah, they're essentially radioactive as far as socioeconomic or political theory goes, and not just theory, practice. That was also something during my time. Their whole Fifth Column disputed that their terroristic experiments were some kind of bad thing. They played the game that the other side's lying, right? Like, it's not true, and then you couldn't go there and fact check. No internet, no means of transfer of communication. So essentially black box information, and then their representation of their society to dummies, outsiders. Durantyism. Yeah, look at Walter Duranty and why he's considered to be a total fraud, and why some people still consider him to be the God honest truth, even though he's been totally debunked. Why is that? That would be a nice test. Like, you could test them with Duranty things and then just see how they wiggle out that one, You know that they know that they're lying. And that should frighten you. These are people shilling for liars that have lied about the things Duranty did at a time when people knew, especially in the State Department. Any single person from that time responsible for that is guilty as hell. And anybody emanating from that, companies associated with that, editorial directions associated with that, institutions, banks. So how did the U.S. come out of World War II? I'd say not really much better going into it, because they had already started before World War II. It was really after World War I they got started, and they never stopped, not up to this very second. But our informational, rotten egghead type of people, they were working with them and still are to a certain extent. If not on the direct political level, certainly on the cultural level. These people, nobody's rolled these people up. And they're not looking to get rolled up democratically. So we got outside the box kind of variables at this time that were less visible 30 years ago. And they were all into denying that it was happening amongst polite, Maoistly oriented, capitalistically operating operatives. So yeah, head high Stay innovative, stay unattached, and stay discriminating. Look, if they come with a good game and they stay good, give them the benefit of the doubt. If they aren't that, let them go. Let it go. Let whatever's bothering you. None of this is outside of what is possible. It's not within the realm of impossibility. It's happening. And so now we're in this dynamic where there's a lot of terrorism, a lot of captured assets, and not a lot being done about it. A lot of people being victimized and destroyed by it. So do what you can to not be that part of the statistic, which is growing day by day. Like some of these ridiculously incompetent criminal elements came out yesterday. The crime rate rose annually 8% year over year. These fat-butted chair farters, they're looking for their next meal, win a next election. And anybody who challenges them on their exterminationist positions, dogmatically, zealot, in it with a zealot kind of defense, doesn't make any sense. They're not gonna be looking to like you, questioning them fundamentally on their morals. Do realize that they have sort of a class that they have put you in, which is the smart class of people that they don't like. So, yeah, it's a crazy world we live in, I know. Crazy type of purgatory type place. But there's always, it's dynamic. Don't ever let yourself get down. Don't make it a one-way ticket to being depressed. Because, see, we were set up for this type of suffering because we were set up to be externally validated in a system that has been hijacked and turned against us. So you see how that obviously won't work. You won't get social standing in a totalitarian criminal regime if you're someone who would otherwise be socially upstanding in a free, representative plantation. Okay? So don't expect it. Don't be disappointed. They absolutely hate your guts, everything about you, and they're doing everything they can to exterminate any kind of you off the entire face of the planet, including ancestral places where you come from. Despite you having a lot of value for people that appreciate value, they don't value those people like you do, and they don't value you. So, but that's okay. You know, as long as you know that going in, it really helps a lot more. A lot of people are flabbergasted, like, why am I being treated like an enemy when I'm not that? By people professing not to be enemies. See, they get caught into that kind of fog zone that is deliberate. It's part of the psychological terroristic conditions that they create. So don't be confused. Don't look to their news organizations for very much good information. And it does have a psychological impact on you, even if you don't think it does. And so you might be overestimating your abilities not to burn out by engaging with that over long periods of time and just getting aggravated by aggravating things, essentially. Served up to you every day, perhaps on a minute-by-minute basis. So get off these damn phones, get off these social media things, get off these company plantations. Any company come out with some weird type of gaslighting propaganda, dump them. Don't ever buy from them again if you can help it. Make an internal note. Don't ever work for them. Right? Learn how to play a guitar and collect donations before you pay 1 cent into anything they're doing, if you can help it. Because if you don't have dignity encoded in the parameters of the social contract you're in, it's better for you not to abide by it. Okay? And by not abiding by it, you automatically gain dignity in a wu-wei kind of fashion. Doing by not doing. By not engaging, you maintain your dignity. And when you engage, you should only engage on the basis of dignity. They've adopted exterminationist, globalist cultural values. That is a foreign entity in your country working against you in broad daylight. That's just the way it is. How did it happen? New owners. How did they get the money? It's a global economy. Drug laundering money, slave-run factories, sweatshops, environmental destructionists, goopists. They had a pump going, but because, granddaddy was in the wealth guarding game, had the notary fudge something, and he ended up with a pump, and that's why they get to send in unlimited amount of unregistered or regular mercenaries into your region. Something like that. Rich people, they have no credibility. Until we do an audit on the banks, we don't know where they got their damn money from. Because a lot of them associated with sadistic practices, that's counterintuitive with an economic lens on. Most people have been wearing those lenses and asking, why don't they care about the economy? Well, they care about sadism and political suppression and version more. That's what they prioritize. Consciously or unconsciously, they manifested that based on their repugnant personalities and political ideologies that attract repugnant, vulgar personalities like that. Get their jimmies off from messing up other people and lying to their faces. Kind of resentment personality cluster. So, yeah, we'll just, it's day by day. Don't look at the big picture too much that you can psych yourself out. It's like flying over the clouds. Keep your feet on the ground, do what you can where you are, and if it's not as bad as I described, count your blessings. These cities out here are messed up. These people going to these universities, messed up. These gaslighters in corporate land, messed up. Politicians, messed up. Lawyers, messed up. Doctors, messed up. Accountants, messed up. And software engineer, messed up. Engineers of any kind, messed up. Well, have I let anybody out? I think that was their plan when they kicked this thing off. So they have certain groups they like more than others. Oh, environmentalists messed up. What isn't messed up? What haven't they messed up? They're still trying to mess that up. Trying to mess you up. Trying to mess religion up. How that religion? They mess religion up. All that crappy, stupid, horrible Christianity, the stuff nobody wanted, they pushed that. That version of it. They have also Buddhist versions. Oh, you're the instigators, trying to find divisions, cause problems, polarizations. Big into that. Dress up. I like to play with dress up. Big into that. They will come out to you, covert narcissist style, to attack you, subvert you, snitch you. And you best believe they do it because they're worried. They know how uncredible they are. They've been watching those polls the whole time. So they're like, wow, it's 10% approval rating for the last 10 years and still nobody's done nothing. Who's even thinking about doing something? That's where they're at mentally. Don't think it can happen. Belarus is where this happened just recently. This is before. See, there's so many multiple irons in the fire now. But, see, because one bad thing is leading to the other people are losing the plot. But there, it's as clear as day. Just a set of people and everybody else. First rule is not bug them, but they're not real innovative either, and they are about as vulgar and misguided as you could be on this worldly purgatory-like plane. Loki doki ding dongs, but powerful. Not so credible, not so liked, but powerful. So, also watch out with globalism. Anybody from any country outside of the one you are is pretty much highly questionable going forward. And this goes back even generations. They have something, their second generation, it don't matter. Still got ties. A lot of them are working now, like I said, since the 60s, so earlier. 1919 is when they started. And they already had domestic useful idiots to work with at the time. So, rich people, questionable. Where the hell did they get the money from? And if they are running like legitimate businesses, how the hell are they being run? Talk to the workers. See how they're treated. You show up, this looks like a third world country. Where the hell did these people come? Oh, Mr. Millionaire. Doing these important, he's making toothpaste for us all. Making $20 million a year easy. Not paying a cent of taxes. That guy is the one. Oh, it's a senator from some state that's been run straight in the ground. You gotta start connecting these damn dots and these damn people. Rich, this time, 2024, it'd be better not to be rich this time. Rich people wanting to run for political office, retire that idea. Anybody want to run for office, they need to show the numbers. And if it's above some type of number that's normal, tell them to take a hike. In any which way you can to convey the message that no, they're not that special. Don't need rich people managing countries. What? Don't they have? Can't they relax? Can't they chill out? Can't they buy something they want? Like peace and quiet and everything else a normal person will want? No, there they are, campaigning. They need people clapping for them, too. So, hell no, these rich damn people and their dumb proxy, dumb lawyers don't even think about running for political office. Don't go into law. If you want to run, don't. Get a normal job and work it for a while, and then maybe. These courts, disgrace. These laws, disgrace. The security, national security, disgrace. Financial industry, disgrace. So, rock bottom, what does it look like? But if it's not like that in your place, then fine. That's good. Zenon, imagine Zenon in Athens back in the day, right? The founder of Stoic philosophy. His ship didn't come in. He said he would have to pursue philosophy with more intensity. That was his answer. So we need to pursue philosophy with more intensity as things become progressively crazy. Keep it cool. And do the best you can with what you have.